Okay. Okay. Let us see if we can hear everybody really quickly.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I don't know why you can hear Kristen through my mic, but it's picking up that way.
Oh. You can hear everybody. Really well, that's interesting.
Kristen the sequel.
Did somebody not mute?
Hey chat, can you quickly let me know if you can hear everybody? That would be super swell. Okay, Maya.
Apparently, no, Maya heard crispy burp, so I think we're all good.
We're probably fine.
What's up? Oh, sorry.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for joining us. Today is not my birthday, but it is one of my birthday celebrations. Dungeons and Dragons and TTRPGs in general are my primary passion. They mean a lot to me, and Liz is a phenomenal person and DM, and so of course I went straight to them to ask if they would be willing to DM a little one-shot, both for my birthday and to raise money for the Trevor Project, which is a charity near and dear to my heart. You can do !fundraiser in the chat to go to the donation page. It is a phenomenal organization that helps LGBTQ. Sorry, Crispy. Zooming in and out.
I'm trying to fix the angle.
So serious face too. Just like
it's really good.
Anyway, so that would be really cool if you could donate to that, and also thank you for joining us here. This is Ascension, a D&D 5e homebrew one-shot that takes place in a magical school, academy, university of sorts, where our characters have to complete a quest in order to graduate. So once again, thank you for joining, and with that, I'm gonna hand it off to our phenomenal DM, Liz.
Oh my goodness. Okay, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you to Kristen for having me. I'm always excited to get to DM for pals, and this is such a strong group. And like Kristen said, we are raising money for the Trevor Project, so please, 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 if you're having fun and you want to bring some friends through and maybe toss a couple dollars to the Tiltify, that would be so cool. You know, it's always fun to get to do these kinds of things and make a difference. Also, just a couple of things before we start, because I don't think it's going to be a problem, but it might be. So I wrote this before Critical Role Campaign 3 came out, and there is a certain character in this campaign who bears striking, concerning resemblance to one of the player characters. This was not intentional. It just, it'd be like that. We're gonna look away. Also, fuck TERFs. This is a magic school, but it's not that magic school. And we love trans people. Okay, let's get into it. I'm very, very excited. Okay. We begin in the Bexian Empire, a land that rose out of the world's most powerful ingredient, determination. A scattering of interlocking regions with a melting pot of races from the core of the empire. The kingdom of Lucin to the south is built on the climbing steps of the Rannoch Peaks, towering mountain range thread with passes to reach the ascending grades of the kingdom and the dwarven communities that spot the central and upper regions of the peaks. Lucin is divided into massive, separate, ascending plateaus, with each containing a different level of the social class and varying townships and cities within them. The bottom plateau, the crop ward, houses nothing but expansive farmland, livestock, and the meager homes of those who tend to it. The fields spill out of the bottomlands here and creep down onto the curve of the mountain itself, as the wall that protects from erosion has crumbled from disrepair, and wild seed has taken to the wind. This massive outer region provides most of the kingdom's sustenance and crop for export, with almost none of the profits seeing the people who raise it. On the next step up, the merchant's ward is where most low to middle class inhabit. The sprawling fingers of the 5 Mile Market occupy the center of the ward, housing every possible ware that one could ever think of or need. You've all been here at least once. What better place to acquire school supplies than a market filled to the brim with oddities dotted among the mundane? The market sprawls over a few separate city borders, making it a safe haven for criminals who love to toy with the law. After the merchant's ward, the pearled gates of Zariel shine down on those below. Lucent's proud capital glimmers in pastels and polished woods. The pearlescent bricks here curve up to the very top plateau, which houses the Lucent Palace itself. In the upper reaches of the mountains, capped with snow as we pass into the reaches of Oris, a holiday associated with the rites of passage, hot beverages, sweet and savory treats, and togetherness. The palace's blasphemous twin is built into the rock. The Carthan Institute of Assorted Magics is a direct, darker replica of the main palace and has been your home for varying periods of time. The Institute was established centuries ago by Astoria Whitmore, a powerful wizard who started her school in the back alleys of the Merchant's Ward and laid a chunk of Carthan's bricks with her own hands. Today, her portrait hangs in the Grand Hall, framed by glowing lanterns and strings of holly hung by the class representatives at the start of the month. You're all crammed into this expansive space, which smells of freshly baked goods and the slightest hint of pine. Everyone is wearing the typical Carthan uniforms, sweater vests and ties and ribbons in a variety of colors. Red for House Draconis, yellow for House Lycan, purple for House Vipera, and green for House Griffin. Aimless chatter twirls through the air. In general, each house is sitting with its members, but you see a few displaced ribbons among the groups. So, going over first to the House Draconis table, let's meet Ursa May.
Hi, I'm Ursa. I am a junior here at the school, and I am a part of House Draconis, and I am a studying sorcerer.
Wonderful. We kind of shift a little bit over, 2 tables over to House Vipera. Gara, let's start with you.
Gara is a very large, very girthy, dragonborn, white-scaled dragonborn. He's about 6 foot. He's very heavy, undetermined weight, but he is very large. He sits over at the end of the Vipera table, kind of by himself, minding his own business. He wears a very, very unorthodox school uniform amongst the sweater vests. It almost looks patchworked together with chainmail, which is definitely not code. But because of his his non-love of rules, but he doesn't bother anyone, people just kind of let him get away with it. So he's wearing full freaking chainmail attire amongst his school uniform, which is very odd. Like, he's very aware how out of place he looks.
Everyone knows kind of about the Dragonborn that just jingles slightly as he moves through the halls. Going further along the table, Aklis.
Aklis is a flower nymph. She is very small, like you would assume she's 3 feet on a good day. And literally her head and body are made of like flower parts. So her face is sort of situated along like the bulb of like the flower part, like right before the petals sort of splay out, and like that's kind of what her hair is, just like the petals in the back. She has, her uniform is like so neat and prim and tidy and like perfect to the letter of what's supposed to be down for the school dress code for the school, like in the student handbook, to the point where like everybody doesn't necessarily always wear like their outer jacket or whatever. And like those are like normal things that like casually people just break the rules of. No, she will still wear it. Even though she is in House Vipera, which is a school basically encouraging people to like use words instead of necessarily like violence or whatever. She's extremely socially uneducated, I guess I would say, and she has a reputation of being the girl or they have a reputation of being like this person who's just like, who the fuck are they? You know?
I love that. Okay. And so Eccles, you're at the Vipera table, probably some distance away from Gara, but both of you are visible to each other. And last but not least, we shift into more of the center of the room in a table of decorated with yellows to the House Lichen table, where there's quite a mix of students at this school. This is a very, very diverse population, but a lot of the more, shall we say, visibly spicy characters at this school are seated at this table. And this is where Morgan,
Yeah.
I would love to hear from you.
Morgan is a 5th year, so a 2nd year senior. And this is only her 2nd year in House Lichen. She would be sitting very distinctly by herself, not associating with other people, her nose a bit up in the air. She has long, flowing, wavy black hair and piercing red eyes. She wears a dark red maroon shirt that it's lacy and kind of goes up to underneath her chin with a little raven skull pendant around her neck. And it has long sleeves with like black lace out at the top, the bottom of the sleeve. And then she just wears, some black pants and black thigh-high boots. She keeps to herself. She's a hexblade warlock and is not particularly interested in the affairs of other people. She comes from royalty, nobility, and though she resents her family, she uses her royalty card, so to speak, to get away with a lot of things, which includes, not being in school uniform whatsoever. And yeah, she's a bit pretentious and not the easiest person to interact with. There are a lot of rumors surrounding her and her family throughout the school. Are they werewolves? Are they vampires? Are they fairies? What are they? We don't know. And you, the audience, can know she is a vampire. But none of the other students, save for 2 of the heads of the houses, know the truth about her being a vampire. And that's Morrigan.
All right. Each house here at Carthan holds very specific values at its center. And our students, spread around most of the houses, with the exception of House Griffin, embody those particular values. House Draconis, which speaks directly to Ursa, is a house focused on helping students come out of their shells and embrace courage as a facet of their lives. Life is tough and scary, and Draconis aims to help students stride through with the tools required to manage their fear. Blind bravery is foolish, after all. Everyone is scared. How do we reinforce ourselves, our skills, and our relationships so that we feel better equipped to take on our challenges? Morgan and House Lichen. House Lichen is oriented towards students with multiple forms, whether the transformation is compulsory or not. This house helps students parse out multiple identities and how to give balance and give value to either. Identity is about layers, not halves and thirds. You are everything you say you are. And then finally, House Vipera. This house is focused on teaching the ways and whims of socializing in the shadows. Sometimes the pen or voice is mightier than the sword, and Vipera helps students understand how to diffuse situations with a silver tongue and take advantage of the shadows in a conflict, as well as utilizing emotional intelligence to help yourself and those around you. Words can be venom or the antidote. With that being said, a tall, thin figure sort of glides to the crowd between the tables, and students and faculty kind of clear out to make way for him. People sort of tuck into the tables a little bit more, and there's a hushed whisper that sort of falls over the entire room. Long green and golden robes trail behind him and mask his arms in dripping bell sleeves as he ascends the small sort of stage at the front of the room. Welcome, everyone. Aris is a time of growth and change. I will keep this year's ceremony brief in the interest of time. And then he sort of sighs and pinches his nose, and then he looks off at the House Draconis table where Ursa May, about a couple of seats from you, your head of house, is sitting with you. And you know Thea very well. She's pretty much a big sister to everybody in House Draconis. And you see her kind of just get up, whisper to a few of the underclassmen that are sitting next to her, who you also know, and she sort of bounds up to the front of the room. And you all have seen all of the heads of house before, but you don't necessarily know all of them super well. So this sort of thin figure at the front of the room just goes, Miss Clay, you may take it from here, and sort of glides out of the way to allow her to take full stage. An earth ganassi with milky green crystal skin that in places allows clear sight to the diamond-esque bones beneath, with gold markings crawling up her arms in varying patterns like a tattoo sleeve, bounds to the front of the room. She has deep purple hair that leaves an iridescent shimmer as she moves, and is wearing a denim vest rimmed with red for her house, Draconis. Behind her, a few students kind of, a little bit disturbingly loud, kind of pull band equipment up onto the stage behind her. Like you see a drum set get set up. Somebody hands her like a microphone, and you see like a bass guitar and like a stand get brought up as well, and the people just kind of like run out. And she takes the mic and just does a little bit of a grin and scoots a little bit closer to that taller, thin figure. He's like a sort of older gentleman who looks very tired. And she just kind of goes up to him and goes, "Love you, Valrin," and then skips right past him, and the other heads of house run up onto the stage. You see a half-elf wearing yellow with floppy brown hair and sharply pointed ears that peek out of a beanie. Morgan, you recognize Flynn, your head of house. A halfling femme in purple uniform with long black hair and a killer grin. Gara, Eccles, you recognize Belladonna, your head of house. And a lanky half-orc in green with his dark hair pulled up into a man bun. None of you are in his house, but you all know Kaylin, who is the head of house for House Griffin. So this Ganassi kind of takes the mic, and as everybody kind of murmurs and the heads of house take up some of the instruments, she goes, "You all know me, but in case you don't, I'm Amethyst Clay. Please call me Thea. I'm a senior, and a few people go and like yell and boo because she's going to leave." She goes, I know, I'm going to miss y'all too. We have a lovely little band here called Crystal Clear, and we are beyond delighted to play for you one last time. And she gestures behind her at the group of students. Flynn takes the bass guitar onto his shoulder. Belladonna climbs up onto a stool behind the drum kit. Kaylin waves a hand, and a spectral purple synth appears before him. And they all kind of give each other a nod. And Thea unstraps this massive warhammer from her back, and there's paint chips at the end, and you see that she's like, there's strings running down the hammer, the handle of the hammer, and she just gives it like a sort of test strum, and the whole room falls quiet. She grins at all of you, and then Ursa, her eye lands on you. She throws a wink, and they launch into a ridiculous pop punk number because they're ridiculous. Low key.
Yesterday.
Sorry.
And take it
Low
away,
key.
Crispy.
All right, Crispy, this one's all you.
Look at this photograph.
Oh my god.
Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
Here we go.
Oh my god.
Crying. As they finish their number and pretty much a few people just start screaming in joy, they die down into an instrumental of thrumming bass and quick drum beats. And Thea takes the mic once again. All right, now it's time for the rules. If you're here and competing, it means you waited until the last minute, which mood, honestly. Unfortunately, it only means that you have 24 hours to return proof of a completed quest to a faculty member. And then Flynn speaks up with the bass guitar. Every team gets 2 calls for help. You can ask for any student rep to come to your aid for a hint or helping hand, even emotional support if you need it. We're here to help if you need us, so call me, Kaylin, Belladonna, or Thea if you need us. And then Kaylin on the keys kind of clears us through a little bit. In a moment here, we're going to break up into our teams and get going. Remember, no proof, no ascension. And Belladonna on the drums does like a little fill, and everybody's like, "Woo!" She goes, "You have all the tools you need to succeed. Good luck. Your time starts," and then she does a little drum roll. Now. And you see several groups of people from all of the tables stand up and make a fucking break for it out of the giant main doors. The 4 of you lock eyes across the room because you also waited until the last minute. And your quest is a bit of a doozy. You all see each other. So Ursa, you see Gara, you see Eccles, you see Morgan, and you all kind of make your way to the back of the room where people are rushing out. Making my way. Or you kind of all have agreed to work with each other on basis of convenience. As you rush out of the hall together, just kind of getting your bearings, and there's like a general stampede. There's a stout dwarven woman outside of the doors with thick red hair and wearing just leather armor. She looks badass as hell. Gara, you recognize Erva, who is actually your combat mentor since you are a bit more martial in your ways. And everybody else, you just recognize her as a professor. And she holds a basket of smooth black stones, and you see other teams taking one on the way out. You all take one, but we have to establish who's holding it.
Oh, goody.
Who wants to hold it? Who wants to hold it?
Who wants to hold it?
Is it obvious that someone should hold it? Like that would be the protocol?
You see every team taking one, so you feel like this is protocol.
Okay, yeah. At least without even like a hesitation, is just gonna pick it up.
Okay. So Eccles, you can go ahead and add a communication stone to your inventory.
Ooh.
Okay. You all kind of managed to step aside from the general deluge.
Can't wait to tweet from this thing.
Oh my!
I'm cutting off your cell service. I'm not paying the cell phone bill anymore.
Then how am I supposed to use it?
You don't.
Oh, okay. It's just a rock.
Yeah, it's just a rock for you specifically.
Okay, got it.
It's just a rock.
You all managed to step aside from the general deluge of students because a lot of people waited until the last minute this year, and just sort of take stock of each other. This is the first time you've gotten to talk to each other in probably a little while since you're all in different houses.
Morgan will kind of cross her arms, kind of creating a physical, visible boundary between herself and her teammates, and assess them with her eyes, just like moving really quickly, looking them all over. So I suppose we're doing this?
Are you cold?
No.
Okay, because people usually hug themselves for warmth when they're cold. Is that what you're doing?
No, I just don't want to be here.
Okay.
Well, then maybe
Ecclesias
we
looks
can-
visibly confused, and they'll just stop talking.
Well, maybe we can go somewhere else.
Well, what exactly is our quest?
Let's talk about it. You've all decided to do the absolutely fucking impossible, which is to
Oh, good.
recover the school founder's missing wand, Astoria Whitmore's missing wand.
I didn't decide to do shit, by the way.
Yeah.
No,
Gara
neither
is
did
kind of-
Ecclesias.
Gara and Ecclesias are just kind of here.
Yeah.
Just for the record. they're just
Hello?
chilling.
Yeah, I was super interested.
We'll get to that.
Astoria, who is the school's founder, everyone knows that she had a wand carved from the wood of a tree from the Feywild, and some people say that she gathered the branch it was made from herself. What not everyone knows, and even less suspect, is that the wand that's currently on display in the main hall is a fake. So, you're out to find the real one and return it to its proper place in 24 hours. Can everybody do me a history check, please?
Oh, yes, Spacey.
Where's my die? Okay, right here.
History?
Yes.
Oh, that's
I'm
one
on
of
the
my best stats.
7.
Okay.
A 24.
22.
All right. 7, 24, 22, and Kita?
I can't do math.
It's okay.
Neither
Do
can
you wanna
I.
say it out loud and we could all work together?
If you're
8 plus 8 is 16 minus 2 is 14.
Okay, yeah, we got
Boom.
there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's the queer superpower that you can't do math until you're saying it out loud. Like,
Yeah.
as you say it out loud, then you can do it.
Suddenly you can launch rockets.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Okay, Gara, because you're just sort of you're just kind of here hanging out because you want to move up, and you saw this team was in general the custom is for the people who wait to the last minute that they make postings for their quests, because usually waiting to the last minute is because you don't have people. So you're just like, yeah, cool, I'm here. So now when they are thinking about where to start, nothing really pops into mind for you. But everybody else looks like they're kind of understanding where to go. So you chilling. For everyone else, the thought sort of pops into your mind. For some of you with blinding clarity, for others it takes a little bit of guesswork. But usually when artifacts are missing, they've either been stolen or deliberately hidden, and you all know that the founder of the school had a certain, not malicious cunning, but she was definitely more intelligent than most people gave her credit for. And usually people like that tend to use their personal histories in order to store things away. The bones of the original school lay beneath this building where you attend class. And since it's the only restricted area on campus, you feel like that tends to be promising. And so it's easy enough to start making your way like away from the main crowd and down, rather than going forward where everyone is, up to go like upstairs or like out of the school. You hang a right down a corridor and take a few shortcuts that you've picked up over your time here. And soon enough, you find the main courtyard. Thick oaken doors open up to ivy-covered walls, benches, waning sunlight, and a bubbling fountain. A few students mill around in small pairs or lounge on the grass, and you cut around the fountain, and just outside the archway that leads to the rest of the great lawn, there's a cellar entrance with barred gates and a thick silver chain that stands before you just off to the side. You know, just kind of staring at it.
Guard kind of snorts, and when he does, like white, almost like mist, like frost chill comes out of his nose, and it's similar. It sounds like it sounds like a beast of burden, like snorts, like when it's like settling its motion. And he
Ecclesias makes their way like as far away from Gara as they can.
Well, you all seem to know exactly where to go. Lead the way.
Well, I through the gate would right?
The gate is currently locked with a silver chain.
I mean, the gate is kind of standing in the way.
Well, I mean
Heck.
we can.
Gara just takes out this gigantic steel morning star, and it's not like a flail morning star. It's like a ball with spikes on a staff.
Amazing.
Like it's
Nice.
that kind of morning star, and it has white, kind of crystalline spikes out of the steel, and he just goes to smash the chain.
Okay, go ahead and roll me. Just roll to hit.
16 to hit.
Okay. You're not even. Don't worry about rolling damage. You got it. You raise your weapon, and the sun kind of glints off of the crystalline spikes as you slam it down onto the chain, which is like a cellar door kind of on the ground. So you just you strike downwards onto it, and the chain just snaps and hangs kind of limp through the bars, and you have an open door in front of you. Well, open. It's just sitting there closed.
So with it, I guess never mind. Morgan, I skipped a step.
Okay.
My brain went ahead and was like, "Oh, it's wide open now," and then you had literally just said it's still closed. So that's cool. Anyway, Morgan will go up and push against it to see if it opens.
Yep. It sort of just it pulls up. You have to pull it up.
Okay.
Otherwise it just roll open with gravity.
Then that's what happens.
Okay. The gates swing open with just this awful sort of creak, as they almost fight against the hinges after being so stationary for so long. And a cracked staircase is revealed to you.
Is it going
it just looks down.
This looks creepy.
Well, it's sealed off for a reason, isn't it?
Good thing creepy's kind of my thing.
And say that again.
Excuse me?
Let's go, shall we?
Do you need her to repeat what she said? Do you need her to repeat what she said?
He's just ignoring you. He already started walking.
And then Ecclese is toddling after you, just being like, she said that creepy is her thing. If you didn't catch
Wait, how tall are you?
Ecclese is so tall. Ecclese's size is small.
She's
so
tiny.
they're 3 feet tall, very
so
tiny.
I have to look down. If I don't look down, I don't even know you're there.
If you don't look down, you're gonna step on them.
You only hear their voice going, she said that creepy is her thing.
Crying. Okay.
You asked for her to say it again.
Okay, so you all I assume are descending downwards, right?
Yeah.
Gar started, yeah.
Yeah, Gar's gone.
Ecclese is right behind him.
All right. You all descend downwards, and the sunlight casts these sort of long, grasping rays behind you. But eventually you meet total darkness. Who is dark vision? Does anybody?
I
don't know
do
if
not.
have dark vision.
Morgan, right?
Yeah. I have 120 feet.
Okay.
I don't.
Cool. For everyone except Morgan? Unless I am wrong. Yep. Okay. So for everyone except Morgan, you meet total darkness. You descend down 3 or 4 flights as the air shifts into staleness, and finally land into a stone room that's about. For Morgan, you can see this. For everybody else, you just know you hit flat Earth, and you get the sense that you're standing.
We're flat earthers? Sorry.
All right.
We are not.
The Earth has curves.
Yeah, it seems pretty flat to me.
All right. Thanks, guys, for coming out to the one shot. It's been great.
Boom.
I'm gonna go.
We ends not even an hour into it.
And that's it. The quest is completed. We got turned over to flat earthers, and now we can graduate.
Yep.
Yep. You land into this room, and just from there's just like a lack of sort of confinement, although you get the distinct heavy feeling of like being underground. Morgan, you see that you're in a stone room that's about 40 feet by 40 feet. Shapes that are kind of covered by what looks like sheets linger in a few corners of the room. There's a dusty rug that's sprawled out in the very center. Unlit torches line the walls, and you just see like it looks like almost like some kind of a storage room. And then there's a gate at the very back that also has a padlock on it. It's a smallish space.
So, this room is about 40 by 40 feet, and there's a gate on the far side and torches along the wall. There's a dirty rug right in the middle, and there's stuff covered by sheets in the corner.
I love D&D.
Just thought you all should know, because you can't see.
Here's an idea. Let's do something about the darkness first.
Yeah, can you breathe fire?
He backs up.
He sighs real loud. Same kind of like you can't see it, I guess, but it's white smoke coming kind of out of his nostrils. And he just takes a torch out of his pack and lights it.
Or, that works too.
Okay. With just this sort of like whoosh, the torch is lit as the flame takes to the sort of cloth wrapped at the end, and Ursa, Eccles, Gara, the room opens up to you. Eccles, the heat is a bit uncomfortable for you, even at this distance, especially with nowhere for it to go. You kind of like are wary of the bobbing flame out of the corner of your eye.
Yeah, no, I don't love it either. It doesn't hurt or anything, but it's just kind of like a natural, like, icky feeling,
Yeah. So you all see the just the sort of layout of the room here. It looks like a storage room, and then at the very back of the room, there is another gate with a padlock on it. There's the rug in the center of the room, a few covered items with sheets. Looks like you could probably make out like the shape of a table under a cloth.
Don't start.
Just spread out in the corners.
Start. I'm yelling at a corgi, sorry.
You were taking that as an action. I'm like, there's a corgi?
Don't.
I go over and pet the corgi.
Yeah.
There's a corgi now.
What is this doing here?
You see the covered shape of a suspiciously corgi-like object.
A giant loaf of bread.
Yes.
Can I do a check to see whether or not it looks like the rug is covering anything? Actually, can I just remove the rug? Like,
you want to just? Hey, yeah, sure. So you
I just
enter
see
the.
a 3 feet tall, like, flower nymph just like dragging this rug across the room.
So you take up the edge of this rug, which it's pretty decently sized, and it has this sort of thick coating of dust, but underneath it, the pattern is pretty nice. And you start pulling it away, and it's sort of like it's really heavy. It's very, very heavy. As you
I need assistance for this.
Morgan just stands watching.
Ursa will get up and try to help them.
Okay, you both grab like the edge of the rug and you start moving it. And Morgan, you see, because you're just watching. Gara too, because you're also just watching. You see a wooden trapdoor start to become exposed underneath the rug. I need Ursa to make me a dexterity save.
Oh
no.
And Eccles to make me a strength check, please.
Okay,
And that would
before
be a
that,
20, right?
Mhm.
That would be a D20?
Yes, a d20.
Okay.
so before whatever is happening happens, Gar
Okay.
will turn to Morgan. Morgan? Is it Morgan or Morgan?
Morrigan.
Morgan. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm bad at
Turns to
syllables.
Morgan and he says, "This object that we're after. Tell me what you know about it."
Do a
Well,
history check for me, Morgan.
let me look inside my brain for a minute.
You say that out loud.
That's 27.
Okay. You know quite a bit about the founder of the school. Astoria Whitmore really was just one of the people of Lucin. Pretty much a common folk. She actually wasn't born in Lucin. She moved there. And you know this wand is supposedly said to be the nicest thing she owned until Carthan opened and she was able to start making a by choice modest salary. But the legend, because a lot of it was shrouded in mystery, she was somebody who really kept to herself. Allegedly the wand is actually made of a branch of a tree from the Feywild, which would make it extremely powerful.
Mm.
And that she treasured it. And it's only really in a display case now because she is no longer alive.
Well,
That's kind of the importance that it would have had to her.
yeah, so I'll relay like all of that to Gara, but add some of my own flavor. It's a very powerful magical item. And my family, let's just say we've been trying to get our fingers on it for a while. You know, royal blood and all of that, it's a little important to have powerful items at our disposal. But it's allegedly made from the wood of a tree from the Feywild, which is really what makes it interesting. And the one that's on display is pretty much known to be a fake. So, who knows what'll come of if we get to find the real one.
Very interesting. Hold that. I'm going to cast locate object.
Okay. So we'll come back to you in a second.
Damn it, Crispy.
Just really quickly, when Ecclese hears that Morgan is like of royal descent, they're going to, as they're like struggling to pull it, they're gonna go, "Oh, are you from the royal family? I didn't know that."
Yes, unfortunately.
You're having that conversation. What
Yeah.
are those checks? No, the check numbers for both
I
of you.
got a 10.
Okay.
An 18 for Ecclese.
Okay.
Oh, Ursa May.
So you are the two. So Ursa May and Ecclese are moving this rug as you all are chatting, and Ecclese turns for that comment. And Ursa May, you get smacked in the face by something, and it just takes you a second to recover as you all see the rug that you were dragging wrap around Ecclese and begin to pull tight.
This is uncomfortable.
Oh, hell.
There's probably like a gentle like little puff of like spores as it like
Yeah.
Ecclese, you're able to like once it grabs you, you're able to react and sort of throw your hands out to keep it from crushing you in, but you are very small and cannot keep this up.
This
How
actually
important
kind of
is
feels
this rug?
nice.
What was that? That happening?
My brain just did a hard shutdown and restart.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
The way I swear Kita and Sarah could not have talked more so at the exact same time than they did.
My brain went zzz,
What I-
zoom,
what-
zoom,
what I heard
zoom,
was-
zoom.
I'm so sorry.
So good.
Oh
It's
my
so
God.
good. It's fine.
It's fine.
I just was like, like therapy, how sometimes like they'll have you like have a weighted blanket. So Ecclesias is like slowly like, actually, this is kind of nice.
Yep.
Is
Okay.
this rug important?
You don't know.
Oh, we don't
Okay.
know.
Never mind.
You just know it's trying to suffocate your friend.
Can I cast detect magic on it?
Yeah, sure.
It just happens.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at my thingies. Okay, so yeah. It's very magic.
It's very magic, everybody.
Okay.
I
It's
love
Oh,
that.
it's very magic.
He's just getting crushed right now, and we're just like, "Oh yeah, it's magical! Wow!"
Does this count as it being worn?
why?
Because Ursa may or may not want to burn it off of her friend.
You can try.
I just want
Oh.
to
You
casually.
don't.
Oh,
I don't think I don't want to set them on fire.
All right.
No, I also would like
Gara will go over and try to force the rug off of.
Roll me a strength check, please.
And just
Yes.
as an aside, Morgan's gonna like lean over towards Ursa May, just hands folded. Ursa May, for the record, fire around our plant friend. Not.
That's I wasn't. I was just trying to save them.
No, yes, I
Yeah.
understand. No.
Yes, maybe
No.
it is not the greatest idea to use
No,
fire
probably
right now.
not.
I'm trying to pull the rug
I
off.
panicked.
22
I
by the way.
panicked. Didn't know what
Okay.
to do.
Between Eccles managing to react in time and Gara, you get your hands kind of under one of the edges of the rug that's trying to compress inwards. You both manage to, like, in a sort of timed push, yank it off of Eccles, and it sort of falls back onto the ground, and then kind of rears back up, almost like a snake, just looking at all of you. And then there's an ominous little, like, clink, clink, clink in the corner of the room, and you see one of those sheets rise, and as it does, it falls, and underneath it is now a floating halberd. In the opposite corner, there's a gentle sound of brushing against stone, and the same thing happens. The sheet falls, and you see a floating broomstick. Roll initiative.
Oh, for heck's sake.
Hold on to your numbers. Don't say them yet, or my brain will melt.
I don't have any pluses on my initiative.
Oh,
'Cause
no.
Dex,
Oh,
right? I
Oh,
don't have
no.
any dex
Yeah.
modifier, yeah.
If you don't have a dex modifier, you don't have an initiative bonus. No.
Nope.
I'm okay. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna say a number range, and if your initiative is in that number range, then let me know so I can get my life together.
Gotcha.
Okay, so do we have any 25 to 20s? 20 to 15s?
That would be me.
Okay.
17.
18.
Okay,
Also
so-
18.
Oh.
Okay, so we have 18 and 18. I'm old school, so I write everything down, and then Gara with a 17.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Eccles, what do you have?
10.
Mood. Okay.
I rolled extremely poorly.
I'm so sorry, Bestie. And let me get to...
I saw that single digit and went, oh.
Oh no. Nice. All right. So top of the order is the halberd, which is hilarious.
Not the
Um,
halberd.
So hold on. And then this. Okay. So the halberd, which has started to float and almost shake in the corner of the room, zips across the room, and it's going to take strike. Seeing that the rug failed to sort of grapple Ecclese, it's going to try and slam down on Ecclese. Does a 15 hit you?
Does not.
Okay, so the halberd comes slamming down and cracks the stone, and you manage to leap out of the way. Next up is Morgan. To put you all, I don't have a map for this, so we're going to do Theater of the Mind. This is a 40-foot by 40-foot room, and you are all standing pretty close to the entrance of this room. You were kind of like dragging the rug back towards the entrance to expose this trap door in the center of the room. The halberd is now floating next to Ecclese, and Gara, Morgan, you're both standing in front of Ecclese, and Ursa is just a little bit off from Morgan to the side. Like, you're all pretty close together right now.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll to hit with Eldritch Blast.
Okay,
To
go for it.
take a page out of Marisha's verbalization. And I just dropped my d20, so we're gonna grab a different one because I don't want to bend over on screen.
Blasphemy.
Okay.
Damn.
Nice blasphemy.
Okay.
Damn.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
Oh my god. Okay, go
nice.
ahead. We'll do double damage, like you get to roll double dice. So for a crit.
Yeah.
Get used to Kristen rolling that out of nowhere.
That's not true. Imagine remembering what a D10 looks like.
It's the one with the 0.
Yeah, I found it. Okay, so
Looks like a little spaceship.
Not this.
Let me make sure I'm rolling the right. Okay, so that's 10 damage to the not the
Halberd?
No.
Halberd.
Yep, there we go. Words. Yeah.
Good old
Okay.
Hal.
You
Sorry, captions wrote that as Albert and Howard.
Nice. You blast the halberd with a crackling burst of energy, and you see it just kind of run through the entire thing, and parts of it begin to almost like it pockmarked as the internal, like the metal begins to not melt, but just almost disintegrate under your power. And it's still there, but there are quite a few holes in it, and it's kind of drifting a little bit closer to the ground now. All right. Do you want to move or anything? You're just chilling where you're at.
Just chilling where I'm at.
Okay. So Ursa, you're up. So we have the halberd, which Morgan has just struck, which is probably about like 5 feet away from you. The rug, which is about 10 feet away from you and looking at all of you, kind of almost like a snake. And then in the corner of the room, numbers. I said this was like a 40-foot room. Numbers. It's almost 30 feet away from you. In the opposite corner of the room is the broom, which is just sort of sweeping threateningly.
That's what I do when I've had a bad day.
Sweeping threatening.
Ooh, buddy. Okay.
I believe in you.
You got this.
I have 2 moves that are both kind of chaotic.
We love chaos, okay? We love chaos.
You love chaos? Okay, well, I want to use Lightning Bolt.
Oh my god, okay. Damn. Let's do it.
Why
She
not,
really
right?
said, pow pow.
Okay.
Don't mess with my homies.
So
I guess Ursa is pretty electric right now.
So lightning bolt is in. All right. Lightning bolt is in a line. So you can do. You're gonna have to pick because none of the targets are currently lined up. You could probably go for the halberd, or the rug, or the broom. You're gonna have to choose one.
Sorry, the image of just like blasting that broom up, just fucking I'm gonna face the
Fuck that broom in particular.
I love
Butt
dust.
sweeping.
Dust is amazing.
Yeah. So I'm going to attack the broom.
Okay. That's amazing.
Say 8d6.
It's 8d6.
Oh my. All right, hold,
Oh,
please.
She
not a
really said,
V6.
fuck that broom in particular. It'll be splinters by the time.
We are an anti-broom household.
We're whipping out the calculator, friends.
We are a
So
Swiffer only.
The calculator. This is a mop only zone.
So true.
3. I'm so sorry.
You're
Ursa,
totally fine.
Ursa May has a brand deal with Swiffer, so
Yes.
not sponsored.
Ursa May said no free products placement.
That will
Right.
be a 25.
Okay, yeah, that hits. And that's damage. That's not to hit. Wow, brain. There we go. I mean, that does hit you. That does hit the broom. Jesus, I need to go to sleep. My brain just did a hard. Yes, my brain just did a hard shutdown. Okay. The energy in the room, like your hair all kind of just starts to stand on end. Gara, there's an uncomfortable sort of static feeling around the edges of your scales. As Ursa May just sort of stands there, like fingers twitching and like lightning jumps from finger to finger, and you draw your hands together and throw your hands out, and a bolt of lightning streaks across the room, lighting it up more than the torch as it goes, and blasts the broom and fucking just disintegrates it into a pile of ash.
Oh hell yeah.
The broom is gone.
Morgan like looks over and like as a very small nod of like appreciation and respect.
All right, next up is Gara. So the broom is fucking done. The broom is done.
Broom's fucking done, bro. Fucking done, bro. All right.
The halberds hanging in, just like hovering in the air about 5 feet away from you, and 10 feet away from you is that rug.
Okay, I'm going to go. Well, like look at the broom getting disintegrated, kind of like. All right, and he charges towards the rug. Well, actually, do I have to go past the halberd and out of its range?
You can probably squeeze past Ursa the other way, without triggering opportunity.
Okay, so then I'll charge the rug, take my morning star off its little kind of hanging hilt on my belt, and just come right down onto the rug.
Okay, go ahead, roll to hit.
25 to hit.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and roll damage for me.
9 points. I think a morning star's piercing. Yeah, it is piercing.
Yes. Okay. Wait, what's the number again? Sorry, brain. 9. There we go. Cool. You arc the morning star up and slam it down into this rug, almost like diagonally. And there's like a small sort of like tearing noise as the spikes off of it catch into the fabric and tear new holes. And it kind of like whips back, and then it doesn't really have a face, but you see it just kind of like look at you.
I will kind of pirouette, but like he's a big dragonborn, so it's kind of like a and then it's just like the momentum is slow but heavy, and he just swings the Morningstar around and comes back down using the momentum as the first hit in like a pirouette, and just goes and tries to hit it again.
Nice.
Go for it.
That is a 24 to hit.
Yeah. Yes.
Doesn't hit.
That's cocked. Less damage, 7 damage.
Okay. You bring the Morning Star around again, and there's another loud tear as the Morning Star tears through the woven fabric. And this rug has attitude because it just sort of like looks at you and then just shakes like the edge of it, almost like it's shaking its
Not
head.
the DBD killer shake head.
He just goes, well, fuck you too.
Nice. All right.
Please
Eccles.
just asks, "You want to fuck the rug?"
Not this. Well, it's the rug's turn. And the rug is now very angry. So there's just this sort of like whipping sound as it, faster than it probably should, launches through the air and whips around Gara. Can you go ahead and do me a strength saving throw, please?
Uh, 24.
Okay. The rug wraps around you and you just hold your arms out, and it's wide enough to not even really make a difference, and it's trying very intently to try and crush you in, but you're resisting it pretty well. So you are not grappled, but it is on you right now.
Okay.
Okay, now it's Eccles's turn.
Eccles will make a very determined look on their face. They will. Is there any way so the halberd
Yeah.
is near enough to me where if I move away far enough, will it get an opportunity attack because I can't disengage?
You are, yes.
Okay. It's fine then. Eccles will just like make a very determined look on their face and will just go, "You're supposed to ask consent before you touch people," and then just do a guiding bolt to the rug.
Okay. Does a 16 hit you?
Does a 16 hit me? No.
No. Okay, so the halberd just kind of, there's just this rush of wind and whoosh as the halberd attempts to strike you. As you move closer to where Gara is. It's not even really a fight. I would say fighting. It's not really even a fight. But Gara is contending with the rug. And you launch a guiding bolt. Go ahead and go for it.
Will a 17 hit?
Yeah. Yes.
Cool.
Yes, it will. So
then
you
I get to roll 4d6.
Roll your damage. You gather this bright light in your hands, and it kind of like glows a little bit pink through your petals as you do. And as you raise one of your hands away, it just sits at the palm of your hand, ready to be launched. What's the damage?
10.
Okay. You gather this energy and then launch it forward, and it strikes the rug true. And there's just almost like a flashbang, like just this quick flash of bright, near blinding light as it contacts with the rug, and the rug instantly drops off of Gara and kind of like rides away, trying to get away from this, and then it stands back up. It's not looking too good. There's a lot of areas where it's threadbare, and there's quite a few holes in it now. And next attack roll against
particular.
The next attack roll on it has advantage, as it's now glittering faintly from that guiding bolt. Top of the order is the halberd, which is going to attempt to strike Morgan.
Great.
Cool. Morgan, it has to turn around to try and strike you, and it tries to bring itself down on you, and it just sends sparks flying across the stone as it whiffs. It's your turn now.
Okay, so where am I, like, where are the things that are left exactly?
The halberd is directly in front of you, and the rug is about 10 feet away from you. No, sorry, 15 now because it like fell off of Gara.
Okay. I'm just gonna do what I do best and do Eldritch Blast again. At
Against
the halberd, the Howard.
the Howard.
Howard.
Albert.
Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does hit.
Excellent. Okay. That is 9 points of damage.
Okay. You send this crackling energy out once again, and the halberd just sort of it just sort of disintegrates from the inside out into nothing but a few shreds of metal that kind of just collide with the ground and fade into the general atmosphere. All right. Do you have any other actions or movement you want to take? Bonus actions or
I'll move towards the rug, maybe 7 feet.
Sure. Okay. You scoot a little closer. Ursa May, it's now your turn. The rug is about 15 feet from you.
Okay. I'm just gonna continue my reign of fiery chaos, and I'm gonna use burning hands on that rug. Because the only other things that I've got are humanoid things, and that rug is not a human, so.
Oh my god. So funny.
Same though, Kita. Same, Kita. Same.
So funny. Okay. Yours. Okay, yeah. So it's a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, there's a raid.
Oh? Who's coming over to say hi?
And
Oh, thank you, Anne. Okay. That is, what's your spell DC, Kita? What should be with your spells?
14.
Okay, so the rug does not make it. Go ahead and roll me damage. And then...
Okay.
Oh, and Gara, you're going to need to make a dexterity saving throw as well.
Crispy!
Now follow Krista's channel.
15.
Sigh. 15 damage?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hey, Crispy, what's that saving throw?
Is it because
Saving throw. What am I saving throw for? Sorry.
Dexterity!
Of course, I knew that. It's a
you were just
resounding with my massive dex modifier.
Yes.
It is a super duperly large 9.
Okay. Cool. So you, Ursa May, there's just a general. You actually know what? So Gara had lit that torch earlier, and it starts to flicker as you draw some of the spare embers to you, and then channel this energy and amplify them. Your hands are covered in a thin sheet of flame, and you press your fingers together and release a cone of flame out at this rug. You're like, yeah, Gara just fucking pirouetted and everything in combat. Gara's got this. You get out of the way.
Oh no, we're gonna burn Gara.
Gara's a hefty boy, and you launch these flames out, and they lick across Gara's shoulder as they collide with the rug as well. And what was the damage? One more time for me.
15.
The rug completely disintegrates into ash. And Gara, you take 15 fire damage.
Oh!
Oh no!
I'm a white dragon, so I definitely don't have resistance to that.
Oh no.
This is a party that's really upset about fire, and I'm loving it. It's like really upset about fire. The one person who can really use fire. This is a wonderful combo. I love it.
It's so good.
Akita, you did it, and you said "fuck that broom" in particular.
Yeah. You know,
You
if you think
sure
about it,
did.
Ursa May is really the only one killing thing.
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
So there is now with the rug gone, you get a better view of what's left in the room as those remaining flames kind of whoosh burn out from Ursa May's hand, and the torch flickers back to full intensity. There is a trapdoor in the center of the room, just a wooden trapdoor with an iron ring. There's also that gate at the back of the room with the padlock.
So, are we more interested in that gate or this?
Well, the gate has a lock on it, but trying to access the trapdoor, objects tried to kill us. So it seems like you would want to protect something more rare, right? So the
Uh,
trapdoor?
Before we make any judgments, let me do this. And I'm actually going to cast Locate Object now.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I completely forgot that was what you were doing. Okay.
Mhm.
So, you start to concentrate and you kind of murmur a general description of the object as you begin casting. And you receive no awareness of where this object is.
Hmm.
I do have a book on me. I don't know if it would be helpful.
And it took you this long to bring it up. Why?
Because there was a broom that was upset at us, and then there was a rug that was upset at us, and we ended up underground. And so now that we're trying to choose.
Those are a little out of order. There was, that moment when we stood in the courtyard in which this could have been helpful, but,
I'm just a little panicked,
Okay.
and we want to figure this out together, so don't get mad. But it's a book, that, I may need a little help, that was written by the founder of the school, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm crying. Yes.
Hey, so DM, what book is this?
This this is the journal, one of the journals. She was known to keep many of Astoria Whitmore herself, which is a bit curious that Ursa May, who is a year to 2 years below most of you, would just have this.
So we would know that this was like extremely rare and unusual.
This is, yeah, I mean, it's like the founder of the school from however many years ago, and like the remaining journals, only some of them are in the library to be looked at, and you can't leave the library with them. Like,
How do you
and Ursa
gather
just
these?
has this.
So, Kita, did you take it out? Do you have the book out, or?
I'm taking it out now, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So Ursa reaches into her little knapsack and pulls out the book. I don't really advertise this information because I don't want people to look at me weirder than they already do. But I may or may not be a direct descendant of the founder of this school.
Pardon?
One of these books?
And so it was given to me as a gift, and I figured that maybe it would come in handy, but I wasn't 100% sure. But I feel like now that we're, y'all are smart and cool, and maybe it'll, I don't know, come in handy now.
Morrigan will lean over, and Ursa May, if you relinquish the book, she will pluck it from.
Oh no.
Be careful with that. That's the only one that I have.
Oh, don't worry. I will be. And then she'll just flick through.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
that's not one of the library journals, right?
No,
This
this is mine.
okay, because you're not supposed to leave the library without with one of those.
Nope, that's
Wait,
that's
No.
stickler
This.
for rules, are we?
What?
Quite a stickler for rules, are we?
Well, rules are important.
Rules are
It's
made to be
hilarious.
broken, darling.
I
I
The
didn't break the
funniest
rules.
part of this is you are in a restricted cellar saying rules are important that you just broke into.
The irony is that's
So
exuding
good.
the situation.
Also, dear, I might remind you you're in a restricted cellar that we're not allowed to be in.
well, I think that the rule that we need to complete this quest in order to graduate kind of trumps that because we need to find the wand.
Yes, yes. Now, Ursa May, this is fascinating. This is, an item my family's been looking for quite some time.
And I'm gonna need that back. So I I appreciate you. Now you've touched it, but it's mine.
Yes. And Morgan will hand it back over.
Thank
Okay.
you.
What kind of information could I scan from flipping through?
When you flip through, there's a mixture between personal entries and like just scattered lists. You get just looking at the dates as you're going through that this was during the construction of the actual school. So the school had not yet been built, only a few chambers. So you see like a lot of frustrated scrawls, but it's not really, you're just flipping through. There's not a lot to glean on that glance. Ursa May, you take the book back into your hands. This journal is like a journal with like a leather cover and just a small tie, while the other journals that are in the library have like ornate covers and are properly bound and everything. But there's something just smaller and more real about this
Maya,
one.
you need to behave.
Okay, so we have the trapdoor in the room, we have the
Mom
gate
is
at the
trying
back,
to stream.
and we have the journal in our hands. What are we up to?
Maya, listen to Mom.
So I think after Gara doesn't get the
Maya.
ping from locate object, and then
No.
it's like a little glow in his hand. So like everyone knows that he's like casting something. He kind of looks at the group as they're playing with the book and well, the object is not close. Or there is something blocking it. Or maybe I don't have enough information. Nevertheless, this is our one and only lead. So, what can we delve from this book? And how can we use it to further this escapade?
Ursa May, do me an investigation check, please. Okay.
Not bad, it's average.
Can I give oh wait. Can I is it too late for me to give Ursa May the help action?
Go ahead and roll it again, Ursa May. So, because like you're gonna do it with advantage, so roll it again, and whichever number is higher, just take it.
Okay.
Kind and glorious DM, yes.
16.
Okay, that's better.
Yay!
You start flipping through the entries, looking for anything that might stick out to you as important in relation to this room, and maybe a hint of where to go. And you get kind of stumped, and the cleash just kind of drifts over and starts like pressing into your personal space, looking over your shoulder.
I'd like to imagine that Ecclese, instead of like going from the side, they went from the bottom. So you just see them like
Peeking up
like
from the
in
bottom.
between your arms.
And that's just weird enough to make you look harder. And you do find an entry that sparks your curiosity. You stop flipping through on an entry that describes that, like, when they're building the school, some of the frustrations that a store.
I think you cut out, BB.
Oh no.
Oh,
Okay,
you're
Am I
back.
back?
There you are.
You're
Okay.
back. You're
Okay.
back.
Every once in a while, everything plugged into my computer just stops working. So that's cool.
Oh.
Kita's face.
It's fine.
Kita's like, no.
That's
All
fine.
right.
It's all right. It'd be like that. So you do stop on an entry that sparks your curiosity. Astoria is describing some of the frustrations that she has while first building the school. She herself is from a lower to middle class family, but she traveled a long way to be here, and just seeing some of the elitism trying to get.
Hey Liz, you're muted in Google Meets, so it's not picking up your
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm gonna try again.
Okay, there we go.
Well, it's only for the captions, right? Not for the actual audio?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, but Liz's mic was muted in Google Meets, so Google Meets was not picking up the audio.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay,
it's all
we'll do
fixed
it
now. We're all good now. And
Go do it again.
And action.
Okay, as you're flipping through this journal, you find an entry that sparks your curiosity. When Astoria was first building the school, she was describing some of the frustrations dealing with the upper class and trying to siphon enough money to get the school at least to some sort of functional point. And you see something that does stick out to you, because it is in the rest of the passage, it's written in this sort of angry, quick scrawl, but there's a more careful, boldened just piece right in the center that says, I wish some of them would take a trip and just go down and see what it's like.
Oh,
And that intrigues you.
That seems ominous. Seems like we should go down, right?
What
And
would
like,
you say?
and Cleese looks up to her.
Just like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, should probably go down.
sounds good to me.
All
Great.
right.
We have a direction. Let's go.
Morgan's just gonna look and not move to do the work herself.
Crying. So we have a trap door.
We'll take the trap door and I'll just open it. He'll just go and just try to open it.
Okay.
We're not going to investigate for traps.
The gentle clink. Oh no. There's just a gentle clink as you pass through the room over to the trapdoor, and you take your hand the iron ring connected to it to open it up.
Oh no, I hate that laugh.
Okay. Can you roll me a dexterity saving throw, please?
All of us?
No, just Gara.
You specifically made that a dex throw for a reason. 18.
No, I didn't actually. 18? Okay. There's just the quietest of hissing sounds. And as you pull up, there's a click, and from both sides of the room, you just look, and it happens in a second as a volley of arrows is now embedded on both sides of the room. And Gara, you manage to duck down just in time as they pass over the top of your head. And you get the trap door open.
Trap door. Yes, it's trapped door. he lifts it up and starts going down. It's almost like sounds maniacal the way he laughs about it.
Love that though.
I literally have it in my notes as trapdoor.
Cleese will lean over to Ursa May and just be like, "So all trap doors are trapped doors?"
I mean, if it's a trap door, then there's probably a trap nearby.
The trap door starts playing trap.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
It's a trap.
Just all hi-hats. Anyway.
All right. Enough.
Eccles is just gonna go follow down at that point. Actually,
Okay, so Gara goes down, Eccles goes down, Ursame, Morgan.
Going down.
Morgan will bring up the rear.
Okay.
I should know as like Gar is going down any kind of thing. It's just like like it's not quiet.
No.
Like he's wearing chainmail and he has a giant shield on his back. Like it's like
Crying.
like why is he going first?
Like imagine rolling stealth. Just
you might as well just say
no.
yeah, my stealth.
Oh.
Is bad.
You descend into another room. This one also dark. And there are a variety of tables in front of you. Some of them covered, some of them uncovered, and there are statues lining the walls. And you see, so there are 5 statues in total, 1 in each corner of the room, and then 1 at the very back of the room in the center. They just look to be general figures. There's a dragonborn in sort of like flowing robes, and the sculptor captured sort of the flowing of wind. They look like they're holding out a staff. There is a elven person that's like holding a bow kind of off to the side with an arrow knocked in it, but not quite drawn to attack. There is a human with a small, humble crown upon their head, with like a shield at the ready. And in the other corner, there is a orc with like a pair of pretty large glasses on their face holding a book, and they're looking down at it. And then the statue in the center, against the back wall in the center, is a very familiar face to you all because it is the face of Astoria herself. Though the statue lacks color, you can pretty much see the features of it transposed from the giant portrait that hangs in the Grand Hall. She is a Black woman with curly black hair that is pulled up into a sort of bun on top of her head, wearing a pretty simple dress that kind of flares out at the bottom, and a shawl that looks knit, and the sculptor has even captured like the knit form kind of just hanging over her body. And she's just standing there sort of meek with a kind smile. On the tables in front of you, there are objects. There are, you see an arrow. You see what looks like just a hand-sized ruby. You see a smaller pearl, and then you see a torn page of a book. And these are all just laid out, kind of spread out around the room. There's no real other distinct features.
And these objects are just randomly placed?
They just seem scattered around the tables, yeah.
Okay. Gara kind of walks around the room, taking in each statue, and stops in front of the founder. So you are what everybody is talking about. Well, it is an object of yours. All right. Where is your... He starts kind of just thinking to himself.
Morgan, you said there was what? A pearl?
So on the tables, there's a pearl, a ruby, a book page, and an arrow.
Morgan will walk up to the book page.
Okay.
And pick it up.
Okay. You're holding it. It is looks like an old sort of like historical text. Something about a war. Kind of boring.
She's gonna walk over to the orc-like figure that's holding a book.
Okay.
Is there a page missing?
Missing?
Missing? Is there a page missing?
Yes,
Sure
there
is.
is.
Morgan's gonna put the page in and see if it's a fit.
You put the page in, and it sort of almost like a magnet clicks into place, and then lays against its stone counterparts.
So, something tells me this is a mix and match kind of situation. And Morgan's gonna like gesture to what she just did.
Police is going to go for the ruby. You said that the human woman has a crown on their head?
Yes.
Is there any like slot at all for like a gem on the crown?
You see a hole. It looks a little bit small, in comparison to the ruby that you're holding, but there's a hole on it.
So would the pearl fit better?
It's worth a
Does
shot,
pearl look like it would fit better than the ruby would?
probably.
Okay, then they will like pick both up and kind of like size it, and then place the ruby onto the crown, or not the ruby, the pearl.
They size it, they see the pearl will fit, and they put the ruby in.
Adds up.
Yeah, the math is mathing.
Tracks.
That's like if you rolled like a -5 intelligence, just like.
It takes a little bit of budging because it's like a small crown that has almost like a diamond shaped hole, so the pearl doesn't quite want to sit in there, but you manage to slot it in, and there's a faint clicking sound, and nothing else happens.
Does it seem like it did the thing though?
Nothing else happens. You just heard the click noise.
Is it me, or does it seem too easy?
Well, something tells me the bad stuff's ahead.
Possibly, yes.
But I think, in order to get to the bad stuff, we have to do the easy stuff.
Are we doing besties?
In order to do the bad stuff, we have to break some mics along the way.
Apparently, my mic.
So anyway, while Gara figures that out.
Well, Gara relearns how to speak.
Please do an investigation check to see if there could possibly be slots where an object would fit in multiple places.
One more time?
So Eccles wants to figure out if if it's a little less obvious than like the orc holding the book means the missing page goes there. So like could there be another place where that would fit?
Investigation.
Yes.
Girl, you better control that.
That's a nat 20.
Okay. You take a look at all of the sort of statues in front of you, and it seems like there are, inspecting them closely, places where you could probably put each of the 4 different objects on all of them.
Go lay down.
Like there's smaller slots that become apparent to you as you look closer. Like for example, when you look at the human woman with the crown, right? There's a slot for the pearl on the crown, but she also has like for a necklace with a larger sort of gap that you catch now that you're looking at it. And then there's also like she's holding a small pack at her side that has a suspiciously sized gap that also could hold something. So and each statue has something of this nature as you look at all of them.
It looks like all of the statues have multiple slots that things could fit in.
But we only have these items.
Quite the conundrum.
Like the
Got the
con.
word.
Quite the... What was that word?
Quite
You
the
know,
conundrum.
you got there. You got there.
Got there.
I said condom. All right, that's hilarious.
All right. All right.
So let me, Liz, correct me if I'm wrong. So did you say that like it looks like each item that we see can fit on multiple statues?
Yeah, every statue has a place on it that the 4 objects could fit. Meaning, like, it's not like, oh, like for example, you put the page on the orc statue, right? You could also probably put the page on any of the other statues, is what it looks like.
Well, then it looks like we get to guess until we get it right. And then Morrigan is gonna step away and like observe.
But then you don't do anything.
Oh, I already put the page in.
I suppose that's right. But you suggest things and then immediately don't do them
Correct.
afterwards.
I'm very good at delegation.
There's no delegation that is called lazy.
No.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm done.
Oh.
She just said no.
Can I roll a history check to see if, like, I know a little bit more about, like, potentially where these may fit into place easier?
Absolutely.
Oh, can I do that too? Excellent. Cat.
Oh, Morrigan's going to do it?
I'm investigating. That's very easy.
That is a 22, baby.
Okay, 22. What's yours?
History, right?
History.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
yeah.
My Siri thinks I'm talking to her, which is not true. Okay. You look at each of these figures and you think on it. And yeah, you do know them. It comes to your mind because you've passed through in your studies of history while in school. When Astoria founded Carthan, she wanted to create spaces for students because she was understanding before the actual school was built that students are different and people learn differently. And you can't force everyone to follow one path. So she turns to some of her closest companions to help her devise new ways to make students more comfortable in approaching learning on their own terms. And the house system was born. You're looking at the founders of your houses.
Oh, that tracks.
When you think about it, though, they're not necessarily popularized. They didn't take a lot of credit for the work of founding each house. So you really only would know about them if, like you just did, thought back on your history studies. Like, part of it was really just doing the best for the students and then stepping away once the job was done. So the human woman, when you look at her face, both of you know her as Sariel. And she is the founder of House Vipera. When you look at the Dragonborn, this is Ark, just ARK. And he is the founder of House Draconis. When you look at the elven figure with the bow, their name is Lark. And they're the founder of House Lycan. And when you look at the orc, his name is Karn, Karn. And he's the founder of House Griffin.
Well,
I know it was a lot. So did anybody need me to repeat any part of that?
I got it.
Okay.
Did everybody else get what they wanted? Well, regardless, Morrigan will repeat her knowledge of the history to anyone who didn't roll to get history.
Okay.
So she'll go through and point at each figure and explain who they are, and then as she steps away, see, I'm doing things. I know things. You don't know things. It works out.
Oh my god.
Can I actually roll history to see if Ecclese would have known this?
Sure.
That was a nat 20. For a
You know.
26. Yeah, Ecclese just goes, I knew what I also knew.
Well, but then there's also the matter of who actually takes the initiative to talk about what they know. But it's
Sure.
okay.
Can I do an insight check on Morgan?
What are you looking for?
To see if what Ecclese said made Morgan feel defensive in any way.
Kristen, you just answered, depending, with what Sarah gets.
22.
Can I roll deception?
Sure.
Okay. 22.
Oh my gosh!
Which one of you has higher charisma?
No way.
Morgan?
My charisma is 20 plus 5.
Yeah, no,
So,
not at all.
Please, you stare very intently at Morgan, and Morgan holds up this perfectly neutral face, almost a little bit smug in response.
Insight is a wisdom thing.
Yeah, but Morgan's trying to deceive you.
Oh,
so that's charisma.
Your role is pretty good. They're defending, so I'm giving her the
game.
See if it's better. She holds up this smug face as you're like, and you feel like you just can't get a good read. Fortunately, I'm gonna very loudly pour some water. I'm so sorry. Okay, so you have.
And suddenly the room starts filling with water.
Oh god.
I mean, do we want that?
No.
Because
No.
I'm always ready.
Ecclese will just look very intently, and just start to slowly speak to see if they can like assess anything as they keep talking, but I'm sure it's not working. But they'll just go, did what I say offend you earlier?
So I think I'm going to give the bow to Lark and Morgan.
The arrow.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. That was a Kristen error. And she's gonna pick up the arrow and walk over and like slot it in where it visibly makes sense on Lark's.
There's a quiver of stone arrows, and the real one fits in there, and there's a faint click.
Okay. So now I've put 2 in. And she's gonna look over at Gara. She's gonna stare at Gara.
Sorry. My mic stand broke, so I am
God.
trying to. Sorry, I
No,
zoned
you're
out.
good, dude. I'm so sorry.
You're totally fine.
No, it's okay. I was trying to fix it, and it did not work. So.
Oh, no.
I mean, Ursa can put the ruby in a place because she knows it belongs to her house leader, right?
You think?
I think I'm gonna. So Ursa's gonna pick up the ruby and try to fit it in where it makes sense for the house leader of Dracona.
Okay. Ark is holding out a staff, like he's kind of maybe in mid cast of something, and the top of his staff has a sort of like almost like a melted orb. Like the orb is kind of just looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
And in the center the ruby fits, and there's a faint click.
Okay.
Morrigan is gonna look at Gara and like kind of walk over to him and lean over and like get, she's kind of being a vampire a little bit eerie just in her
Crying.
existence, and kind of lean over towards Gara. See, now, I did a lot of things just now, and you really didn't, so can we retract the lazy comment?
Oh, I was just pretending to be you.
I like you. And then Morrigan's gonna, like, move away.
Nice. Okay, so we have the pearl. On Sariel, we have the ruby on Arc, and we put the arrow with Lark.
Yes.
That did not become apparent to me until just now. Oh my goodness.
I was almost seeing if all the names are anagram or not anagrams, but like
Lark, Arc, Karn.
Nah. So we put in the page on Karn. So we have one thing on everything. Okay,
Yes.
Perfect. So there's a final click as the ruby is placed in place because it's the last thing. And there's a still silence in the room. I need everyone to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh God.
Natural 1.
Cool.
Oh no. I literally just put lotion on my hands.
You gotta moisturize.
Maybe
That's part of the dex
you're
save.
gonna get a real slippery roll. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, I was like, oh no.
The dice is across the
Gotta
room.
lube up the dice before you.
Crispy. Okay, so Ursa May with the 11, even with the lubed up hands. I got a 13.
17 for
All right.
17.
17. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
closed captions. 11 is what I said. Thank you.
I love that
17.
I love that that's what it decided.
I
was
love
life.
that Crispy said 11 and then it caught it as 17.
I am
Got him.
crying. Okay. So two things happen. First, there's just like a faint hissing sound, and from the ceiling, a hail of arrows zips down and plummets into the ground. You all take. Hold on, guys.
You love arrows today, huh?
You take 8 damage as this hail of arrows falls onto you. Eccles, you take 4 piercing damage.
Okay. I have the. What is it? Hold on. I have the heavy armor master feat, so I'm -3 from that.
Okay, so 5.
4.
There we go.
5.
And Eccles, you take 4 because you passed the dex save. And then another thing happens. Gonna do another dex save, everybody.
Oh my. Aha! A natural 20.
Okay.
Oh.
I got a natural 1 and a natural 20 on back-to-back rolls.
16.
Nice.
Cocked. I need to get a better dice thing. Did you do a natural 20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have 2 natural 20s.
I got an 18 this time.
18.
I got a 16.
And a 16. Okay, so this time there is a how do I words? There's just like a faint shimmering on the ground that starts to, in a similar way to when Ursa May conjured lightning earlier. This faint static begins to fill the room, and as the floor below you just throws lightning up through your feet and through your body, and you'll take that's more dice. I need to grab more.
Hello?
What's that?
I like it when the DM says they need to grab more dice.
Yeah, don't worry about it. That is 12 lightning damage. But all of you have passed, so you take 6.
Great.
6 lightning damage as you get zapped. You get a little zapperoni.
Great.
And then there
will...
is a sort of gentle, another not like a click. This is like more aggressive, like something being released. The arrow that was placed into Lark's quiver just kind of falls onto the ground, and the ruby that was placed onto Ark's staff kind of like pops up and starts to teeter where it's balancing on the staff.
So does that mean?
So I'm assuming those were wrong.
I believe that was wrong.
Ecclese is already just like trying to switch them.
Okay.
Bless Ecclese.
So you have a ruby and an arrow, and also, sorry, there is a click as well as the page that you would put into Karn's book drifts to the ground.
Morrigan will go snatch up the page.
Okay.
She'll go look at where the ruby was.
Okay. It was on the staff of Ark, the Dragonborn. There's a small slot at the top of that staff where it had been placed.
Okay. I'm thinking. So, Ecclese, if you wanted to...
Well, now there's no longer just 2. I'm not gonna just like switch them.
Okay.
So I think that
you have a ruby, a page, and an arrow. The pearl seems to still be in the crown, in Sariel's crown.
Ecclese will look at the pearl and just have like a very like small proud smile on their face.
Whatever.
And and they are going to look at the other clues, and is there anything potentially missing from the statue of the founder?
Go ahead, do me an investigation check.
Yeah, and can I investigate whoever had the ruby to see if there's space for the page to fit anywhere on that person?
Absolutely. Both of you go ahead and do me investigation checks.
It's a 14.
15?
14.
14.
Can I search the rest of the room to see if there's anything else we haven't seen? Possibly, like...
Yeah. Go ahead and do an investigation.
I'm also going to go through the journal that I have to see if there's any info here.
Investigation.
9.
20.
Okay.
23.
23, and you're looking at Ark's statue, so I'm going to start with you so my brain doesn't explode. So you're looking at Ark's statue, and every statue has about 4 slots on it somewhere that's just, they appear natural, where any of the objects could fit. So you also see, so you see at the top of the statue, there's a slot where the ruby could fit. Ark has a sort of, in a distant timeline that is familiar to you, holsters, like for books. And there's a certain open slot where, like, if you rolled up a page, it could go. There's also, Ark has a small ring where a pearl could fit, and a spot in their offhand where, like, because he's like doing this, he's got his hand open where you could put the arrow.
Okay. Noted. I want to see what everybody else learns.
Ecclese, what were you looking for again?
Ecclese was looking to see if there were anything, like, any potential slots for these items on the statue of the founder.
Right. Okay. You don't see any on Astoria's statue. You do see that her hands are open, like sort of like this, but there's no like where the other statues have distinct like push-in slots where you can put these
Mhm.
items, there's nothing on her person like that.
Mm. Okay. She'll Ecclese will then just walk back over to the main group with the 4 statues then, having
Okay.
been like, this wasn't really helpful.
I'll come to Ursa May in a second with the journal. Gara, you're just searching the room for anything we haven't seen, right?
Yeah, I got a 9 though.
Okay.
No.
You walk the walls. You do take note of the arrow holes in the ceiling. Those holes have not closed, so you like make a mental note of that. But nothing else really comes to mind, unfortunately. Ursa May with the journal. You start flipping through, and you stop where. What was your number again?
It was 21.
21. Okay, so you thumb through, kind of pacing a little bit as you think, and you stop on an entry a little bit later into Story's life after the school has not been finished, but the main body of it's been finished enough where new students are actually able to go to the school. And there's an entry where she's talking about working with some of her closest friends. Ark, a sorcerer, a dragonborn who saved her life at one point. Lark, a she has a question mark next to Lark, and just kind of says like they were always good to me, even though they were always mysterious. Zariel, the talker, a royal who commissioned and was able to, from within, push to give the money for the school. And you would also know that the capital of the Bexian Empire, Zariel, is named after her. And then finally, you have Karn, who was devoted a lot of times to helping like actually write the curriculum for the school as well. So she's describing her friendship with these people. And you look through the entry and you see another slightly bolded section, just barely visible, that says, though these people were my friends, they had hidden traits that interested me. When we started devising the separate lesson plans, I wanted to call upon those hidden strengths. Karn, although always buried into books, seemed to have a particular
Maya, lay down.
inclination towards combat strategy.
Maya, lay down.
Ark, although quick to jump to discharging magic at the first offhand insult, was fairly well read. Zariel, although a smooth talker and slightly manipulative, had always been a well-rounded person. And Lark, though mysterious and a bit hard to understand, had an affinity for gifts. And that section just stands out to you.
Okay. And we still have to place. What do we have left to place?
You have a page, a ruby, and an arrow.
Okay.
Okay. Ursa May, what are you reading over there?
So I just found this passage in this journal that kind of goes in depth about like all of the all of the house leaders and like yes. I thought you were asking a question. You were petting your...
no, I was just finger petting my dog.
Oh, baby.
So glad
I
that
was like,
there was
Wiggle
an
butt.
addition of
Wiggle
petting.
butt.
Go back.
This is now how I'm gonna ask questions.
Yes.
Yes, darling.
It's like
Sorry.
very The Shining of like.
Listen, ADHD is a tag on my stream for a reason. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. And there are different. Like, I think all of these, like, it's not as, I guess, obvious as we thought it would be, because though they all interlock, I think they all had very like specific interests and things like that like under the surface. So I think we need to approach it that way. I have tabletop. I've already forgotten all of their names.
You're totally fine.
Okay, cool. But there is one that had an affinity for giving gifts, and I think we should probably put the ruby in that one.
That would be Lark,
Lark,
the elf with the bow.
Yeah, as
We should-
Ecclese is listening to this, they're putting the ruby then
Perfect.
on Lark, so like we don't
Okay.
have to go through all that.
Okay. There's a
Thank you.
faint click as the ruby presses into place. They have sort of a necklace hanging around their form that has almost like a diamond shaped just frame hanging from it, and the ruby actually, like, there's a slight indent there on the chest, and the ruby pushes into it and sits in that frame, and there's that gentle click that you heard before.
And then I kind of start directing to put the page and the one that had an affinity for like reading,
Morgan
and
will
so on. And
do
yeah.
so.
Okay, so Ark, who is the dragonborn with the staff, the sorcerer and founder of House Draconis, they have a sort of holster at their side with a book, but there's also a small spot, like almost scroll-shaped spot on top that's empty. So Morgan, you roll up that page and slot it in there. There's a gentle click.
And then we have the one that forgot how it was phrased. Was dealt with combat.
That
arrow?
would be, yes, Karn. So Karn, who is a well-read orc who helped devise most of the lessons plans, also had an affinity for combat.
Yes.
And who's putting that one in?
I think that I also had the arrow.
Mhm.
Okay, so you find over on Karn's statue, there is, just where the robes billow open a little bit at the side, a small holster for a dagger and a small quiver. And you're able to place the arrow in there. You have to actually turn at a specific angle to even see it because of where the statue is positioned. And there's a gentle click as it goes in. And there is dead silence in the room for a moment. And then the statues, there's like a grinding noise from all of them as they all move.
Ecclese probably didn't move right after. They were probably just like waiting to see what happened, and as soon as the statue started moving, they literally would like jump back like a cat would, right? Like stiff body, just like what the fuck. Yeah.
Nice.
And they just like back up away from the statues.
So DM, do the statues, are they flossing? Are they doing the robot? Are they
They're throwing it back.
Are they throwing it back? Okay.
Yeah, there are stone cheeks just clapping in this room.
Guard looks at everyone else. Not as easy as you think. I told you this. You did not believe
Mine was
me.
right.
Yes, little
Right.
one, you were right once. Yes.
Karn's statue.
You were right once out of 4.
Karn's statue turns and looks down at you, Ecclese, as you leap back. And it's strange because this is very clearly stone in the sort of jerky way that it's moving, but it brushes back the robes more, which now move as it does. And it pulls out from behind its back a crossbow. And it just very
Had
slow.
the hand on a dagger.
Okay, and very slow movements turns it, and it's aimed directly at your chest. And then it moves back a little bit and takes aim at Astoria's statue and fires, and the bolt sticks into her chest. Ark's statue, it sort of raises the staff up. And then as it does, this the sort of like page that had been on that scroll holster flutters out and then up and kind of in the air, and then it just lands almost like kind of drapes itself over the arm. And the top of that statue where there had been an orb that looked like it was mid-disintegrating actually continues to do so, and there's a faint flash of red, and a bolt of red energy streaks across the room and lands into the Astoria statue chest, and there's a splintering of the stone there. Lark's statue from across the room, there's the grinding of stone as it raises up that bow, and the ruby kind of glints off of their chest, and the statue takes an arrow from the quiver and reaches back, but at the last moment aims the bow down at Astoria's feet, and the arrow kind of lands between the statue's feet. And then Sariel's statue is like almost like mid conversation with this crown, and she simply crosses her arms and turns away. And at the front of the room, after all of these statues finish their small motions, it takes a few seconds for each, Astoria's statue raises its hands in shaking motions towards its chest, pulls the hand away, and there's a chunk of stone, and then it resets to its original position, just looking forward. And now in the center of the stone, there's a lever there. Like there's a hole with a lever.
Well, what's the point in wasting time? And apparently I don't do enough. So Morgan struts up and places her hand on the lever and does it. If it pulls, if it moves, whatever it does, she does the thing.
Should we check for?
Why don't we?
She pulls it.
Why don't we take a break before we find out what happens?
Oh yeah.
Shit! I need to fix this mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wrong
BRB
lever. Wrong.
friends. Thank you
Wrong
so much for
lever.
all the support so far. Okay, goodbye. Everybody, and welcome back. Welcome back, I think. Thank you everyone for all of your support. Hope you were able to stand up, stretch, get some meds, water, do all the things that you need to do. I've been able to increase my stretch goal twice. We raised the minimum real fast, so now we're at raising 250 and we're at 225. So thank you all for your support. It is greatly appreciated. And yeah, so with that, my character just touched a lever, so throwing it back over to our amazing DM, Dauntless.
So, you touch the lever, and nothing happens. And it's like a wooden lever that's sort of embedded in this newly formed crater. You don't get the sense like the crater was always there and it was just revealed to you. It looks like the statues literally had to destroy this piece in order for it to be revealed. Go ahead and roll me a strength check.
I'm so good at strength.
Mm-hmm.
Is it another nat 20?
That's a natural 1.
Oh.
Okay.
Your face for nats is the same.
For a natural 1, because
Nice.
that's a +0.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
The lever actually moves up more. Somehow.
So it's kind of like
The lever pushes back and I fall over.
It's one of those
the lever stares back at you.
Old like power sort of switches that you would like pull down heavy and like push it into place.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
You pull it back a little bit and it snaps back into place on your fingers and that hurts.
Fuck!
Gara goes,
help? And then Aklis is already trying to help out.
Oh no.
No.
Like they have to jump a little bit to get to the top and then they're like
Gara pulls it while she's still on it.
Please roll your strength check with advantage because Gara is doing a lot of the work.
And 19.
Okay, the lever moves quickly. Who really pulled it? Who can say? But the lever doosh, slaps down into place, and it's held there. And I love the teamwork. There's more of like a sound of like stone grinding on stone as Astoria's statue steps out of the way and looks at all of you. And Ursa May, you swear her gaze lingers on you for just a second longer than the rest. But as she steps away, a kind of not like a formally carved doorway, but just this almost cratered passage and deeper into the rock is revealed.
Morgan will start walking.
Let's go. This seems to be the way.
Okay.
The
This is the
sooner
way.
the better.
This is the way.
Do you know the way?
Not this. Okay. All right. Enough. So,
Making my way.
Do you
Do you see what I see?
Okay. Anyway, Morgan's gonna start making her way.
yeah, you start making your way, and you pass into the rock, and it's like a sort of almost claustrophobic passageway. It's just big enough. Gara, you kind of have to hunch a little bit because like the spines on the top of your head start dragging against the stone, and it's like it's a bit uncomfortable. But it gets a little narrower and narrower to the point where you all have to kind of sidestep and pull through. There's a little bit of Achilles is chilling. Everybody else, it gets a little uncomfortable as you start having to like kind of pull yourself sideways through the rock. And Gara, like the chainmail that you have on, kind of scrapes against the rock, and there's like a couple sparks every now and then. And eventually
that
you all
boy is on fire. Sorry.
All right. You know, thanks guys for the one shot. It's been great. I'm gonna go. You pass into another chamber. This one actually is also dark. I was like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if I just made this one lit? It's not. So this one is also dark. Okay. And you get the sense of a very large space.
What do my little darky vision eyes see?
Let's talk about that. But we're going to talk about it from the perspective of people who can't see in the dark yet. Because Morgan, I imagine you're like, oh, fuck right now.
Oh, no.
For our people who can't see in the dark, it is dark in this room. You get the sense just from the way that this hallway has opened up. You're in a large, open sort of space with stone around you. It still has that heavy presence of being underground and the sort of staleness to the air. The air in here reeks of flesh.
Yeah.
You hear a gentle click, 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 like something tapping stone. And then the dragging of something sharp against stone. And as a few errant sparks light up in one of the farther corners of the room, you catch a glimpse of a scorpion tail. For my lovely babe with peepers that work in the dark, there is a chained beast in front of you with a lion's head, and on this sort of wild mane, a human face that looks sallow and sunken in. The body is sickly, and giant lion paws are sort of chained with manacles that just sort of extend out to the room. Like there's a great length of them are around each as it paces, and its eyes are locked on the group. And a massive scorpion's tail drags and leaves sparks behind it. Two bat-like wings are just drooping by its sides, a little bit decayed, but still massive in wingspan. Everybody who can't see, you see those few sparks of light reflecting off of a giant scorpion's tail, and then you hear a low, soul-shaking growl. Everybody roll me initiative.
Oh, it's just going? Oh, damn.
It's just going. You do not have an element of surprise, unfortunately.
Damn, all right.
Morgan is going to hurriedly, whisper to the group, the full picture of what she sees, by the way.
As you are whispering, oh, the Manticore, that's when that growl happens, and you all get an idea of, oh shit. So we're going to do the same thing that we did before. Do we have any 25 to 20s?
20.
For initiative? 20, okay. Boop. 20 to 15s?
19.
Okay. And
Oh, I have a 15. Sorry. I
No,
don't
you're
know if you
fine.
have a-
Okay. And Ursame, what do you have?
A 6.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
I feel you. I was in the
Sweet
single
bean.
digits group last time.
Oh sweet bean.
It's okay.
Okay.
You'll just come up the rear with another fucking lightning bolt. and
Yeah, yeah.
It'll be fine.
Please
Yeah.
no
Okay.
lightning
Just
bolts.
slaying spells like, let's go!
No lightning bolts up my rear, please.
Okay.
This is Morgan,
Unless-
because you can see the room.
Sarah.
And you're also up first, but you can see the room. This is a 60-foot by 60-foot room. It's just this open, large chamber. There are errant stone pillars about the space, some crumbling, some intact. The ceiling is about like 60 feet tall. Like, it is a large space. You get the sense just by how far you went underground that you're starting not necessarily to travel upwards to the surface, but you might be close from the
Okay.
ceiling.
Was not the 60 feet part, but the other dimensions of the room.
60 feet by 60 feet by 60 feet. It's all pretty much the
Oh,
same.
it's like just like one big
Height, width, and length. Yeah, it's just a big cube.
Ah, Sylvie, thank you for the donation. And thanks for the donation. Anyway,
Aw.
sorry.
How did Sylvie get access to the internet?
You know Sylvie has your card.
You know that Sylvie is actually in charge of
Yes.
your bank account.
He's your accountant. I can't.
There's truths to that I can't say.
That's
Hey,
the
that's
best
what I
thing.
can't explain.
Crispy's like, I signed an NDA. I can't talk about.
Can't talk about it.
Damn,
do
I
we
can't believe
know
Sylvie
that,
donated and Crispy didn't. Damn.
Sylvie actually does.
Sylvie's
Crispy's
the real
taxes.
one.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's my
Sylvie's
turn.
just-
It's my turn, and I
It is your
don't. I
turn.
don't get a disadvantage, yeah, because I can see. Or
You can see.
okay.
Because it's a dark space, and you can see up to 120 feet, so you can see the room in its entirety. The Manticore is about... This room is 60 feet by 60 feet. The Manticore has chains that bind it to the far right corner of the room. You can't tell how long the chains are because they're just sort of sprawled errantly. The Manticore is 30 feet in front of you.
Excellent.
So at halfway, the exact center of this room.
I need exactly 30 feet to do what I want to do.
Perfect. Okay.
So I am going to cast, which in order to do this, they have to succeed on a Constitution saving throw
Okay.
of
Hold on one second. I'm just checking the stool. Okay. Sick. That is a 18.
well, that works.
Does anything happen on a...
Let me see.
What are you trying to do?
I was gonna cast Infestation.
Oh.
Don't know that one off the top of my head. Let me look. Infestation. No, it does not do anything on a save.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Yep. Understandable.
So, you know, as
Yeah, what's going on?
As my hopes and dreams fall apart.
I am going to use as a bonus action because I can, Hexblade's Curse on it.
Okay. Alrighty. What remind me of? I don't have many warlocks. Remind me of what Hexblade's Curse is.
So let's see. The target is cursed for 1 minute. Until the curse ends, the following benefits are gained. You gain a bonus to damage rolls against the cursed target. The bonus equals your proficiency bonus. Any attack roll you make against the target is a critical hit on a roll of 19 or 20.
Nice.
And then if the target dies, I regain hit points.
Okay, cool. So this sort of, some of the shadow in the room coalesces around your hand, Morgan, and you just kind of flick out your wrist, and this pure shadow envelops this creature and starts to kind of just almost trying to burrow into it in places. And it kind of tosses its head, and you all hear like a growl of frustration. Y'all can't see, which is fun.
And then I'm just gonna hiss before and bare my fangs.
Okay.
Not the high school cat girl.
No, okay, all right.
Oh my
I'm kidding.
God.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All right.
Listen, I can't take that away from Lil Demon Danny. Okay.
That's so true.
That is very true.
So true.
Okay.
So true.
The Manticore locks eyes with you, Morgan, with a sickening sort of intelligence. Gara, your turn.
All right. So can I say something to Morgan first before I
Sure.
do anything else?
If you must.
I didn't ask for permission to speak. Morgan, we cannot see anything in here. Is there a cistern? Anything? Do you see a cistern or
Is
anything
there
around here?
a cistern or anything?
Wall.
I'm so sorry.
Torches?
I'm like pouring popcorn. There are like braziers on the walls that are unlit.
Okay, I'm going to.
I
you.
say that.
I guess, is it an action to light a torch in combat? I guess it is.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So I'm gonna light a torch.
Okay. The
I'll
room
use
kind
my.
of flickers up into a warm orange light.
I'll use my movement, or as far as I can, to get to one of the braziers.
Okay.
And I'll either wait to light it or use my bonus action to light it. I don't know what to toss it like in there.
Okay, so you move they're up against the walls. I'm sorry, I have like a little paper map in front of me, so I'm like,
oh, you're good.
Doing this. Okay, so you move from the doorway of this room about 30 feet over to the right, because it's the nearest brazier to you. Not exactly in the corner, but up against that wall. It's just iron, and there's some like kindling down in there, and you are able to hold the light out to it. And as it like takes, and this corner of the room is now lit in a, I would say, because torches are 20 feet, so there's about 20 feet of this room from this corner that is now lit. You turn and you see the Manticore looking at you, baring its fangs, and you finally get your first look at this thing. It's a big boy, and it's very angry.
Oh no. Aren't you an ugly looking mother? And it just like trails off.
Nice. Cool. As I reload my popcorn, it's the
Reload.
It's the Manticore's turn.
Oh, fun.
The Manta popcorn's turn.
All right.
Sorry. That was a stretch.
No,
that was a stretch.
You bent. You reached. You did yoga for that one.
I think
Yeah.
you pulled a muscle, though, Christy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think you reached and pulled a muscle.
Okay. The Manticore. Girl, now that you've lit this, it looks at you. And those wings, which have like a little claw on the end of each, have kind of been dragging behind it, snap up and woof, woof, take it up into the air. The chains that are binding it kind of clack errantly, and you can see where they're connected across from you on the other end of the room. And it goes up about maybe 30 feet in the air. And it's going to attempt to throw a spike at you.
Do it, Manticore.
I dare you.
Does a 27 hit you?
No. Yes, it hits me.
Cool. It
He's invisible, actually.
yeah. Gara's actually not in the room.
My
so,
AC is 37. No.
yeah, with my special chainmail.
Mhm.
The tail, that scorpion-like tail raises up and flicks, and the end of it actually detaches and launches this wicked dripping spike across the room directly at you, and it lodges into your body, and you take... I shouldn't be having this much fun. This feels wrong. I get it now. You know, I get it now. I don't do combat often. You take 11 points of piercing damage.
Brought down to
As that
8.
impacts into you. Okay. Next up is Eccles. So the manticore is now flying 30 feet in the air in front of you.
Okay.
It has not moved laterally. It's just in the air now. Go ahead and do me a perception check. It's not going to count as your action because I'm asking you to do it. Or Samay, you do it as well.
A 19.
Okay.
You said perception?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A 4.
Okay. Ursa May, you're just kind of thrown off guard with the sudden flurry of motion in this room and this terrible beast in front of you. You've always been, you know your worth and you know how well equipped you are. You feel a little out of your depth right now. Eccles, what was your number?
A 19.
Okay. You look at the creature, take a look around the room. You notice the floor of this room does not seem super strong. Just pointing that out to you.
I don't like that.
You just pick
Please,
that up
please.
as your sort of your companions launch 2 attacks back to back in the span of about 12 seconds. Not attacks, but Gara goes with a torch and gets struck. It's about, you see this happen, and as your gaze drops to the floor, you see cracks running through the floor in certain areas.
Eccles is gonna be just like shouting, careful, the floor looks very fragile. I would be very careful. And then it transitions into Sylvan as Eccles, they do this like ancient fey curse. And then they cast Dissonant Whispers.
Okay.
Because I don't have to see the creature to cast that. They just
No,
have
you
to
don't.
be able. It's a 60-foot range as well, and they have to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 14.
Okay. Let's see. That is a 13.
Dang.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Now that I'm like done doing my dorky victory fist bump.
No, you deserve that.
It must immediately use its reaction, if available, to move as far as its speed allows away from me.
Okay.
It also... Yeah, okay.
So-
and then I
it
have to
takes
make
the
3
damage.
d6. Yes, let me just get that.
Because it just went on its next turn, it will do that. Because you're after it in the turn order.
Okay. Did it use its reaction up?
Nope.
Okay, it uses its reaction to move far away from me, though.
Oh. Sorry, I thought you said action.
No.
Brain. Okay. The manticore just starts pawing at its face and making these sort of pained animalistic growls, and it starts flapping with those wings as far as it can away from you, which is its movement is what? That is its movement. Okay. it backs away. It's still in the air, 30 feet in the air, and now it moves 30 feet back, so it's at the very back of the room, up against the wall.
It also takes 12 psychic damage.
Okay. And I gotta do this now. Okay, and you said 12. Sick! Ursa May, you're up. The manticore is 60 feet away from you at the very back of the room. There is one lit brazier in the room, which Gara is kind of bleeding in front of. So only 20 feet of the room is really lit. But you would have seen its form retreating into the darkness at the back of the room. So you have a general sense of where it is.
Okay. Let me see. I want to cast Slumber, see if I can put it to sleep.
Okay.
Oh.
I love Ascension Reflex.
Why fight it when you could just make it go sleepy?
Yeah, go baby bye. Good
Are you
night.
casting so
Come on,
sleep?
big kitty, go sleep.
Sleep, yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna go ahead and roll me 5d8.
Math. Just every time.
I know this game is so much math, and it feels like a personal attack.
It
really does.
It's, you know, biphobic.
It is.
Seriously.
And during Black History Month.
Every month is Black
Truly.
History Month, so this is now anti-Black as well.
Mm-hmm. Wait, shit, I just got distracted. Wait.
Everybody be quiet.
Fuck. Wait, hold on, shit. Fuck. Okay, wait.
Not y'all making Keto laugh, and then the math just went out the door.
Thank you for the $20, Jillian.
Out the door.
Jillian, thank you. You're so
Okay.
sexy and hot.
True.
It needed to be said.
Facts.
You said 5d8, right?
Mm-hmm.
23.
Ooh,
Okay.
nice.
You see it sort of sway in the air and kind of like eyes droop a little bit. It drifts down a few feet, and then it shakes its head and it growls.
No! Damn.
Do you have any bonus actions or movement you want to take?
Yeah, I'm gonna look. And where is it now? It's on the floor?
It is still in the air. It's
Okay.
now like it was 30 feet in the air before. It's now like 20 feet in the air. Like it did droop down a little bit.
Okay.
And it's 60 feet away from you, 20 feet in the air.
60 feet away.
This is really just the math encounter. I'm making you fight numbers.
You can also
It's
do
making the
movement.
part of my brain that I don't use often work.
All of a sudden, Pythagorean's theorem comes out of the corner.
A squared plus b squared equals
Here comes Pythagoras with a steel chair.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't do anything.
You can also move 30 feet or like whatever your speed is to reduce the amount of distance between you and the manticore.
I'm gonna be a brave little toaster and move 30 feet.
Oh,
I love
Right
that.
towards it.
the brave little toaster.
That movie made me cry when I was a kid.
Same.
Yeah.
That was sad.
We don't have to talk about the toaster, okay?
Oh, we gotta talk about the toaster.
No, we don't. Ursa May, using the light coming from the back corner where Gara was, is you make your way forward into the center of the room, which is your full 30 feet of movement. So you're now standing in the center of this room. 30 feet away from you is the manticore. The walls are 30 feet away. And then 30 feet away is back as well.
Okay.
Sick.
Okay. Top of the order is Morrigan.
Okay, how far away is this thing from me now?
From you, it is 60 feet because you didn't move.
Okay, so I'm 60 feet is in range. I'm gonna cast Mind Sliver
Okay.
on it, which it has to make a intelligence saving throw.
Okay. Let me get that number. Okay. That is a 12.
That fails.
Yep.
So Morrigan will kind of like look at it, and her eyes will like darken and kind of glow red. She'll bare her fangs at it with like her hands up, and you see that she has like long black nails that people may not have noticed before. And yeah, so disorienting spike of psychic energy into the mind of the creature. And that is going to be 8 points of damage. And it has to make a saving throw.
Another one?
Wait. Let me use my brain. Okay, and then the next saving throw that you make as the creature, you have to subtract 1d4 before the end of my next turn.
Okay. Keep track of that if that does come up and remind me.
Yes.
I'll probably just be like, yeah, I'm gonna do it, but just remind me.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Are you gonna take any bonus actions or movement?
I'm double checking to see if I am. No. Not at the moment.
Okay. All right. Eccles, did you move last turn?
I did not.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Also,
Okay.
ignore the roll I just made on D&D Beyond.
Not looking. Gara, you're up.
Right. So I can only see like him partially at this point.
You can't see the creature because there's too far. There's only a 20-foot lit like corner with this brazier. And you're still holding that lit torch. The torch gives you about 10 feet of light around you. And the brazier, which is stationary, gives you 20. So you're just kind of in this little cone right now.
Right. I'm going to
light the entire room on fire.
No. So I'm gonna use all my movement to get. So it's 20 feet in the air, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if I get under it, it's still 20 feet above me.
Correct.
Sorry. Damn.
No, it's okay. My notes whenever we do combat is, this is hard.
I'm never going to rush anybody in combat.
No, it's not that. It's just I don't have, honestly, much I can do without it being on the ground.
I mean, you could always go light the next brazier for visibility.
I'm probably going to do that unless... Let's see. Let's have some fun instead. I am going to take my 30 feet of movement to get as close to it as I can first.
Okay, so you're able to move right up to where Ursa May is, like right next to her, so you're about 30 feet from the creature.
And then I'm going to use a second level spell slot to cast Misty Step, and I'm going to Misty Step onto the back of the creature that I know is a manticore, but I don't know if Gara does.
Oh shit! Okay. So Ursa May, there's a general just whiff of wind by you that's a little bit concerning in the dark. Gara, it is very hard to see. You can barely see anything, but you appear on a heaving mound of fur on the back of this creature, and you can feel the sort of backdraft of the wind, the wings beating your face. You're on it.
Amazing.
And I'm gonna take my morning. I'm still holding the torch, so I don't have my shield on. But...
No, you all do see the glowing light and about 10 feet around the creature as Gara is now perched on the back of the manticore, torch in hand.
And I'm gonna take my morning star and try to bash the top of its head twice.
All right, go ahead and roll to attack twice.
I will. And hold on, let me just look up how this works. I don't know if I can use it when I. Oops. So I already used a bonus. This might take a bonus action to use.
Do you have a bonus action? Bonus attaction. Wow.
Well, my smites are
You know
part of
what?
my
It works.
attacks if I use it, but I don't know if this particular smite is. Let's see.
Do a quick little Google.
The first time you hit with a. No, it takes one. It takes one bonus action, so I can't do that. And then my regular divine smite. Regular divine smite, I think, is just added on without having to cast. No, starting second line, when you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can spend one spell slot to deal radiant damage to the target. So yeah, that I don't have to cast. So let's see if I hit first. This is for the first one. That is a 20.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, 25 to hit.
Okay.
And then for the second one, it is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, both hit.
Okay. On the first one, I'm gonna do Divine Smite. I'm gonna use a first. I'm gonna use a first level slot and do 1d8 plus 5. That's 10 plus 2d8. 17. 20. That's 20 damage on the first hit.
Okay.
And then on the second hit, another 10 damage.
Okay. So Gara, so there is a sudden just not flash, but a sudden appearance of light as Gara appears on the creature's back, torch in hand, and rears back with the other hand to slam the Morning Star into its skull twice, and then just two resounding crack, crack, and there's like actual just like bits of blood arc backwards as he pulls the weapon away. And the Manticore like just shrieks and tries to swipe backwards, but it can't quite get at you where it is. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw, please. As you're on this thing's back and it's writhing around.
Oh, I can't use athletics? No. That's
no.
Oh my god, same roll but not cocked. That is a 4.
Cool. This creature rides and you kind of, there's nothing really, it doesn't have a saddle, so there's nothing to really hold on to. And you, just to avoid being stabbed by the scorpion tail as it lashes out in reaction, but at that cost, your instinctual flinch sends you careening off of the side of this thing and down onto the ground, and you are heavy, and you impact the ground. You all just see Gara, the torch scattered about 5 feet away. You see Gara on the ground, just kind of like ouchie.
Okay, but the ground didn't break.
Not yet.
Any of us tell how, like, the hit points for the floor?
You can roll me an investigation check.
Okay. I don't want to take up time that's not on my turn to do that.
Okay, we can come back if on your turn you want to do that.
We need a hole in this damn thing's wing.
All right. It is now the Manticore's turn. Gara, it looks down at you. Ooh, it has a decision to make. Hold on. Yikes. Okay, Gara, it looks down at you and it snarls. and then it turns towards Ursa May. And you swear you see this thing kind of chuckle in this uncomfortably human face with these needle-like teeth in its maw. And Ursa May, it dives towards you, all of its movement, and it's going to take all 3 attacks on you since you're close. Let's see what happens.
I love Kita. Kita has the best facial reaction.
Just the,
I know. That's why I sighed, because I was like, I feel like this should happen on account of the face.
The only thing that I can do to help Kita is if this animal crits.
Okay, so hold on. What does it have to? 1 bite and 2. Okay, yeah, it's gonna. Okay, so that first one does not. And then cool. It roars and then it reaches out to like bite and try to get its jaw around your throat. The chains snap at just the right time, and you just get this blast of hot breath that stinks like rotting flesh as its teeth snap just inches away from your face. It snarls and then again with its full strength tries to slash out at you with its claws. And both of them just barely cutting over the edges of your uniform, not reaching because those were shit attack rolls. And it sits directly in front of you, Kita. Ursa May. There we go. And this thing is huge, and it looks down at you, just snarling. Cool. All right. That's all it can do for this turn. So next up is Eccles.
All right.
It crits?
It does no. No, it's your turn.
Oh, it's your turn.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was totally zoned out for a second, and I heard something completely different.
Oh no!
Anyway,
Liz's face.
I'm fine. This
Can't
is
even be
fine.
mad because like my ADHD is like that, but I'm like, okay, all right. It's fine.
So, we still can not see the manticore?
You, no, because Gara is no longer on it, and it's moved outside of the range of the torch.
Coward.
Yeah. You hear
say that out loud.
snarling and okay, perfect. You hear snarling and the gnashing of teeth and the aggressive like clinking of chains in the very center of the room, and probably a few fearful whimpers from Ursa May.
How many hit points did you lose, Kita?
It didn't
Didn't
hit.
touch me.
Oh, it didn't hit at all? That's so
Mm-mm.
sexy. For Ursa May,
Mhm.
not for the manticore. That's actually very unsexy, and the manticore should feel very embarrassed. So
You're not playing a bard. You can't vicious mockery the manticore. That's not how this works.
Eccles would not have said that.
Oh my gosh!
It's just me and Sarah saying that.
No, we
Okay.
know. We know.
So, if I can hear it, does that mean I can still point at it?
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to cast Toll of the Dead.
Does Toll of the Dead require a roll to hit, or does it happen automatically?
It must
save,
succeed
I
on a
believe.
wisdom save throw.
Yeah.
You can cast it in its general direction, being able to hear where it is, but it's going to have the chance to avoid the effect because you can't get a specific beat on where it is. We're going to do it like that because I can't give you disadvantage on something like that. I have to give it advantage.
Okay. Does it still have to roll the d4 though?
It will.
Okay. I'll still do it.
Okay. So what kind of saving throw is it? Wisdom?
DC 16.
Okay. It's a 15 because of the D4. Ooh, that was a 19.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That'll be 2d5 plus
2d5?
no 2d8. Sorry, plus 5.
D5. How do you make that?
Oh, never mind. It's d12s.
That was a genuine crisis moment.
Sorry. That's 26 damage.
Okay. You send everybody, you'll hear the faint, almost like it's coming from above ground, the sound of bells tolling. Just the faintest in the room. And then you hear a massive roar of pain. Ursa May, you have the slightest glimpse of this creature just off the reflections of its teeth and that massive scorpion's tail. As it thrashes around, you feel the claws just pass by your face. Can you do me a dexterity saving throw, please?
Indeedy. So crit.
Nice. Okay. You feel it start panicking.
Oh no, like a nat one.
Not one. Oh no.
Sorry, I thought that.
Oh.
Yeah, no. That was a whole one. Not a. Sorry, did I
That
get
was
the?
that was a
That's a
crit
crit
for
fail.
the monster.
Crit fail.
That was
Yeah.
that was a crit hit for the monster.
I got so excited for you.
I also got so excited.
No. I got that's a whole one, baby.
So does a 16 hit you?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Not
I
the
know who this is. Okay. So I get to. Okay. So this thing, Kita, Ursa May, I always go to say Kita. I don't know why. Ursa May, you feel this thing start thrashing in front of you, but you can't see it. And as you're trying to get your bearings, not really certain where to move, there's just the burning sensation of your flesh just being torn as those massive claws rake across your body as it lashes out in pain and anger. It stumbles backwards, kind of like it literally digging its claws into its head, trying to get the ringing of death out of its skull. And it stumbles back onto one of those cracked areas of the foundation in the floor, and you all hear just and then there's silence.
Well,
Oh no. Arkita, it's broken. I'm kidding.
Damn it.
Arkita, she's broken.
So wait, let me clarify. Did Ursa May fall? Or
Morgan, because you can see, you would have seen the manticore fell into the floor.
How much damage did I take?
You take 9 points of, I believe it is slashing. Slashing.
Fall through too?
No.
it moved, right? Yeah.
It moved. It moved towards Ursa May, and then it stumbled back. It's like just between you're not able to see this, but it's just between you and Ursa May that it's fallen into the ground.
Okay. I wasn't sure if like the whole floor went out.
Oh no, not the whole floor.
The beast, it fell through the floor. We need to get lights on. As many light as all the light. So much
Yes,
light.
let me just throw this torch in the air.
There are more.
As I'm laying on my back with a torch like half of my head.
And a spine just sticking out of his body.
Yeah.
As this is happening, I will go over to Ursame and cast Cure Wounds at level 1.
Okay. Eccles, the sharp scent of blood comes to you in the air. Morgan, you as well.
Oh yeah.
I can heal you if you need me to.
And you drift over to Ursame where she's bleeding.
At the scent of the blood, Morgan is also going to kind of waltz on over. And she's gonna like kind of Ursame, are you on the ground? Like or are you standing?
I probably would have crumpled down after getting slashed a couple times.
Okay, and Morgan will kind of like crouch in front of you. If you want to drink some of my blood, that'll heal you too.
Huh?
You know, just a little sip. That way we don't have to waste a spell slot or anything.
Is that my only option? Is that my only option?
I could cast a spell. I would just need to touch you.
Wait, is combat ended at this point?
Yes, it has. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was confused. Sorry.
Well, if you're not interested, and then Morgan will get up and go look at the hole.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Let's use that as a plan B if plan A doesn't work.
I touch you and you'll be fine.
Just touch me.
I'm gonna start lighting the braziers around the room.
And then
Gara, as this nonsense is going on,
you get 10 hit points back. Ursame gets 10 back.
Oh, thank you.
Those giant claw marks heal up, but there's still kind of tatters in your uniform. Gara, I need you to make me a general dexterity check, please.
Always the dexterity.
I mean, listen, you keep doing things that require you to not, anyway.
3.
Cool. Gara, you start walking around back towards, because you only really lit one of the braziers, and so there's another one on that side of the room that you start walking back towards. And as you step, because the edge of the pit is like right where you are, but you were just lucky enough to be on the stones that didn't crumble in. As you start walking on ground that you thought was solid, the ground opens up beneath you, and you all just see Gara drop down. We'll catch up with you in a second.
Fade out was perfect.
Fade out was fucking perfect.
Oscar nominee for that yell fade out.
Okay, Morgan is going to examine the hole where the beast fell.
Okay.
Sounds like my Friday night.
Okay.
Thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
Not this.
I've got anyway.
You look down. Yeah. Anyway, you look down into the hole. And there is just this pile of scattered stones where it was almost like a cobblestone floor in this room. So you see where these uneven rocks have now fallen and create a slope. And the body of the manticore, yikes, would not want to be this guy. The chains are still attached, although partially ripped out of the wall from the force of the fall. And he just has these 4 just snapped wrists as it's laying there because of the length of the chain on the slope of rock, immobile. Deceased.
Deceased. Okay. So, but it's just like a straight fall, right? Like there's no like way to like waltz.
You could navigate downwards. You do see there is more, like there's open space down here, just like you have 120 feet, right, on your dark vision? There is another open room here with just it's like a small sort of chamber with a hallway leading further. And you could navigate your way down, but there's no neat way down.
Okay, well then I'll go look at the hole that Gara fell down.
Okay.
Elise is rummaging through their backpack at this moment, and then they take out rolled up hemp rope, and they're like, I think this is about 50 feet. Would this help?
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. Miss Vampire Lady.
Go.
I'm sorry, what did you call me?
Is that not allowed?
Sorry. What did you call me? I think you're being awfully presumptuous. And then Morgan is going to go look in the hole.
Yeah, maybe she's just super goth. Making assumptions.
Hold on, can I roll to see how much about like vampires Ecclese can know about?
You can roll me history. Actually, do nature, since technically they're creatures.
Okay.
We'll come back to you in a second, though. Hold on to that. Okay. Gara, the ground gives out from under you. You just get the as you fall into the darkness, and you hit a sort of stone slope, and there's just this. All you can really hear in your ears is wind and the sound of chainmail on the rock as you slide at scary fucking speeds with those seatbelts down into pitch black. And this sort of slide takes a few aggressive turns. And then you kind of like tumble out into just a small area, like a small little chamber. Like you can feel you're in a small space and very heavy presence of the underground. You can also hear running water a few feet away from you. But nothing is visible in this room.
Okay, I'm assuming I lost the torch that I had.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
Morgan?
pull out another torch. And I'll light that. Because
The
I
man
got
of
10 of
torches.
them. So.
Okay.
It's like Mary Poppins' Bag of Wonders, except it's
Yeah.
only torches.
Only just bag of holding torches. You pull out a torch and probably strike a match against your scale because it's easy enough. And take light to the torch. You're in a small room, about 20 feet, a circular room, so 20 feet in diameter. And there is a small stone fountain against the wall that's just bubbling out a little bit of water. And there is a hallway ahead that leads and curves up.
God,
It just looks like an
cracks his
incline.
neck. Like, oh. What am I doing? This has been a mess. And he kind of
What am I doing in this?
What am I doing? No.
Get to the chopper!
Get to
He's
the
out
chopper!
I'll be back.
I'll be back. He screams as he's going up. He's just looks up, can see that there's no way to get back up or anything like that.
No.
And he starts to look around and see if there's anything I could find that would give
Roll
me any kind of.
investigation and then hold on to it. We'll come back to you. Morgan, you look down and you just see a slope that continues and then curves, so you can't see past that. And that's where Gara fell. Come back to you in a second. Ecclese, what'd you get on that nature?
18.
18?
Mm-hmm.
Morgan's probably a vampire.
Okay.
Probably. You're not like sure, but there's just a lot that's checking out, but like you're not sure. She could also just be super goth.
Okay. Ecclese is going to just like tentatively follow and just be like, I'm sorry. I don't I know that there are certain things that vampires can do, and based off of a lot of the things that I've noticed from you, you're probably a vampire. Um,
Have you
I
ever
can understand
considered?
that if I was wrong, um, that I'm very sorry, but I feel like I'm right.
She
So
starts like
feel-
she goes a little feral and like bares her fangs. It's not
Things.
polite to comment on things that you don't know about people, especially if they're not the ones to have told you that information about themselves.
I didn't realize you were trying to hide it, to be honest. I'm sorry.
It's probably best we just don't talk about it anymore.
Okay.
And Morgan, okay, so there's like a sorry, I'm trying to understand like the hole that Gara fell through.
It just looks like a slope that heads down to a certain point and curves. You can't see past that curve. You just see a very steep slope.
Yeah.
That kind of.
So is that slope something we would be able to traverse down?
You could attempt to walk down it. Keyword attempt.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Gara! Gara!
Gara, you hear. Very faint and echoey.
It just he doesn't even respond. He just looks up and then snorts
Police
again.
just like pops their head over the side going, "Do you need rope?"
Can't believe Gara's fucking dead.
Catch me! And then I'm gonna slide down the thing.
Okay, Morgan, you yell "catch me" down into the hole, and I fucking jump in. And you go down this intense slope. You gaining rapid speed. You slam into a couple of the stone walls as you do, as it takes you around a curve and down, 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 until finally you want to catch her, Gara?
Absolutely not.
That's what I thought. You tumble most ungracefully. You kind of the edge of this sort of has like a slope, and so you kind of.
The absolute cruelty. Okay.
All right.
I didn't even hear you, to be fair.
Morgan will stand up and like dust herself off and stare at Gara.
So nice of you to join me.
Screw you. And then she'll just keep cleaning herself off.
Okay, Eccles, Ursa, May. You're both still topside.
Eccles is just going to look at Ursa May like, I don't think I want to go down there.
I don't either, but I don't think we have a choice.
Is there I am trying so hard to think of a way.
Not sponsored.
Can
Sorry, just letting everyone know that I'm not sponsored by Milano cookies.
Oh, I was
Pepperidge
like, what
Farm
did
remembers.
I say?
always
Like,
remembers.
what did I say that could have triggered a not sponsored? I was like,
Not
wait, what's
sponsored.
that name?
Not sponsored by brain cells. We have none.
Especially me
Wow.
today. Woo!
Actually, me. Hello.
Can I I'm just gonna keep the journal out as if it's my little travel guide. Can I see if there's anything in there?
Okay. It's currently dark where you are.
Oh, I can't read. I mean,
No.
in the dark.
You could move over. There is I'm sorry, I have to like draw this really quick. So you could attempt to move over to where the one lit brazier is on the back corner of the room.
Mhm.
if you would like to. Unless you have another means of lighting the space.
Besides setting it on fire, not really. So I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move over.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a general dexterity check, please.
Oh my goodness. That's an 8.
Okay. You start a crunching over there. And you manage to hop over a couple of concerning areas and everything, but they crumble behind you.
Oh.
So you make your way over to where the brazier is, and you are able to look at the guy, but there are now also more holes in the area.
Oops. Do I have to roll anything to see if I get anything of importance, or was this all for naught?
Investigation.
Ah, yes. Okay.
It's a journal full back to back.
16.
16. Okay.
Okay. Hell yeah.
This you start flipping through and you're like manticore. Like trying to think of keywords because you can't really Control F.
Yeah.
And you do find at the back of the journal a sort of hand-drawn, like, kind of shitty little map on one of the back pages of it. It looks kind of smudged by time. The ink isn't really as sharp as it could be compared to the rest of the entries. But it is a square, and then in this square, there's, like, connecting tunnels drawn all throughout it. And when you flip the page next to it, you see a general layout of a much smaller, but you immediately recognize it, of Carthan. And you kind of like look at it both a few times and then bend the journal and kind of look at it in the torchlight, and you see the overlay of the school over this tunnel system, which looks a bit like the size of the room that you're currently in.
I tell all of that to Eccles.
Eccles is going to try to jump and hippity hop over there.
Roll me a dexterity check, please.
That is a
Hippity hop
19.
hop, hippity hop. Good, please go.
While they're doing this up top, Morgan is going to turn back to Gara after, having a bit of a tantrum about it all.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if you remember, but we do get 2 calls for aid, if we so desire.
Eccles has the calling stone.
No, I know.
Okay.
No, it's not. Oh no, Morgan is fully waiting for you two to come down. Like, but she's saying,
Rip.
once we have our group back together, if we're tired of just, almost dying, we could try that out to speed up the process.
You think that's going to help?
They're meant to help, and the sooner I can get this done, the happier I'll be. I'm sure you will be too. You keep falling.
I fall because I choose to.
You fall
Says
and...
this full chest.
Yeah. You fall and make the loudest noise, so you're going to be the one to alert the next monster. Please stop.
If another monster appears, I'll break its skull. Simple as that.
Well, then maybe we should start lighting torches ahead of time.
Yes, as I am the only one who seems to be providing light.
I'm the
I
only
will
one
do
who can
that.
see without it. Imagine how difficult that is for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Princess, for the inconvenience.
A bit. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, I rolled 17 on that investigation.
Okay, perfect. I was like waiting for it. I love character moments. Okay, so you, as Morrigan starts her griping, you do take a cursory glance around the room, and both with the time that you were standing there before she arrived and before the two of you started, as the two of you start to bicker, here's what you gather around the room. It's like I said, circular space 20 feet in diameter. There is a small fountain on the center of the right wall that's just kind of like one of those wall fountains. There's like a bowl coming out of the wall and water running through. It looks like the water's naturally coming from through the wall and just pooling into this little fountain basin. And then there's a hallway that continues forward and up. And those are the only features of this room, really, because behind you is this slide, and then it's just rock all the way around.
Okay.
And so you see I can't even say you see the light because there was none. So there's just this light.
All right. For now, I'll wait to see if the other two come down.
Okay.
I'll start making my way to, what was it? It was like a well, not a well.
A wall
basin?
fountain. Yeah.
A wall fountain. I'll start making my way over there, but I'm not gonna do anything.
Okay. So, Eccles, what is that dexterity?
19.
No, wait, toid. Okay, you hippity hop, and you are very small. So some of the rocks sort of like creak under you as you move, and some of the areas like make these uncomfortable, scary sounds. But you make your way over to the corner where Ursame is pretty easily. And are able to crowd uncomfortably close to look at what she's talking about.
Hey. So,
Did you get closer to the camera to roleplay? That's really funny. I didn't know what you were doing at first.
so it seems like there's a tunnel system, and I think we're in the middle of it.
Oh, does it look like if we just go normally that we'll just catch up with them and we don't have to fall down a mysterious hole? Does it look like that, GM?
It looks... Well, okay, you have two options that you can't see because it's dark. You know the Manticore fell in a hole where Ursame got slashed, and you know Gara fell in a hole somewhere, and Morgan jumped into it, and there are now two more holes in the floor after Ursame exposed them, getting over to the corner. So you have four options.
Mm-hmm.
You have a map that overlays with tunnels in different directions. If you'd like, you can attempt to guess, but you don't have any light in these holes, so you can make me do an investigation check with disadvantage.
Can I light a candle?
A candle is not going to give you a whole lot of light.
No, but I can do it up a little.
I feel like we should go find them so we don't split in this creepy hole place.
A candle is 5 feet of light.
Yeah, okay.
So you could certainly, if you'd like.
Eccles is going to just go, like, take their very comic. I just want to give you guys the picture that it's comically large. Like, it's basically the same size as their torso. And just like hunks down the backpack, takes out scale armor, puts it on to like prepare jumping down into this hole.
See this sort of strangely iridescent scale armor over their body. Okay, and are you both going where Morgan and Gara went?
I'm gonna try, yeah.
Okay, we'll come back to you in a second. Both of you roll me dexterity checks, please.
Okay.
So Gara, you make your way over to that fountain that's in the wall. Roll me a perception check.
12.
Okay. It's kind of hard to see because this is not a large basin. So as the water is coming out of the wall, the surface of the water in the basin is rippling, so it's like hard to get a read. But you swear you see something on the inside of the basin, like just like there's you can't even tell what it is really, but just like the back of the basin, like in the water, it looks like there's something there.
I'll take the butt end of my Morning Star and poke it.
Take the butt.
What are you doing?
Poke the butt.
There's something in the well. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Okay, you poke it. And then there is sort of like the fountain water stops pouring. And then the water stills and you like retract the Morning Star out. And then there's a general just rumbling that starts.
What did you do? What did you do?
What were those dexterity checks? Eccles and Eccles and Ursula.
11.
Okay, 11 and Eccles.
17.
Okay.
Morgan just over and over. What did you do? What did you do?
You make
What
your
did you
way
do?
over to where they were as the ground begins to rumble. And that's kind of just sends you both over the edge and down this slope as you
Eccles
start
is screaming at the top of their lungs the entire way.
you all just hear just like as it gets quiet. There it is. And as Ursime and Eccles join you on the slope, there's just the ground starts to rumble and shake, and the walls begin to crack a little bit.
What did you guys do?
And then
I didn't
there's
do
silence
anything.
and stillness.
See? Perfectly fine.
Morgan points at Gara.
Oh,
He did that.
well, Ursa May has a map now.
Great.
A map?
Yeah, it was in the back of the journal. I decided to take a look before we came careening down.
Well, nice of you to join us.
We were debating just leaving you guys down here.
No, I know. I could tell.
Oh?
Damn.
Well, we would try to meet up with you later.
Mm.
I just didn't want to tumble down. I'm very tiny and I bruise easy. Anyway,
I bruise
then-
easily too.
You don't say.
and then
Wouldn't
they,
know if you do, but I'm sure you do with how many times you fall.
Damn. You got him.
Eccles is then just like peering over the shoulder or whatever, or more like the elbow of Ursa May to like look at the map to see if they can get like a general direction that they should just keep walking in.
Go ahead. Give me a general. Let's see. Are you better at survival or investigation?
Let me tell you. The survival.
Go ahead and do a survival check.
That is it 21.
Okay. You take a look at the map, which is very zoomed out. And you understand there are a number of these small chambers on this map that kind of resemble the one that you were in. But as you look and you think about where you were, the directions that you've come since you went down into this space, you locate a chamber kind of on the farther left side of the map that seems to match up with where you are. And there's a tunnel that heads just straight ahead. And when you look up, you see that same tunnel.
Eccles, is Gara holding a torch right now?
Yes.
Eccles is going to like grab like a corner of their shirt, and just be like, "It's this way," and then like be guiding and like walking them forward towards the right
Gara doesn't
direction.
move at first, so it's just like you're like,
I just like
Wait,
no,
this-
the feet are still going.
yeah.
They're just not going anywhere.
We
Because
have to go this
do you
way.
walk or do you float?
They walk.
Oh, they walk. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you seem to know the way, so let's go. Let's do this.
Are we all going?
Lead the way. Morrigan will follow.
Ursame, I assume you're following as well.
We know about this map, but where does it go? Where are we going?
Eccles is leading.
Did I know?
You see where you see it's not like a full tunnel system map. It shows the tunnel going forward and like to the right for a little while before the map is cut off. And Eccles, you head in with Gara behind you, then Morrigan, then Ursame, and it's a pretty wide tunnel at first that very quickly narrows to single file. And you pass through this uncomfortably tight space with this very stale air for a very long time. And it gets sort of like there's a while where you can only hear like the clinking of scale and chainmail, very heavy footsteps and normal ones, and exasperated breathing as you make your way further in. And this tunnel begins to curve up and up and up and up and up and up, and it sucks. It sucks. It's uphill. Why would anyone do this? And you keep going, and it sucks even more. But eventually, you feel sort of a breeze, very, very lightly, but a breeze. And you come upon a door. It's just like an oaken door with metal riveted into it. And just a normal handle.
Oh.
Are we going in?
I'm going to check for traps this time.
Roll me a perception check.
Perhaps a good idea.
Please do.
17 plus. If I could read 522.
Saying so many numbers.
I think the final was 22.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
You know that's my biggest fear.
And
I
one
can't
second.
handle.
You literally said 17 if I could read 522. And I was like, what? But I think it was yeah, I got it. It's 22.
Yeah,
22.
That was a journey.
That was a lot for me. That was a lot. At 22.
My train of thought is on its last legs. You know,
You sort of look around as you'll approach this doorway. Nothing jumps out at you. The stone seems pretty smooth. You don't see any engravings that would indicate anything. And the door itself seems like a normal door.
open it. I open
Okay.
it. Go to.
You rattle the door and it kind of takes a little, like it moves, but it isn't quite open. Can you roll me a strength check?
Oh no.
Oh, no.
17.
You kind of like imagine you're tying the form, you just gotta square yourself and reach up and grab this handle and pull. And the door scrapes against stone as it opens. And you pass into a very different space than where you were. You're in a sort of circular room, a lot bigger than the one you were just in, probably 60 feet in diameter. And for the first time in a few hours, you see sunlight. There are open windows in the wall. There's this wooden floor, although a bit dilapidated, still pretty nice, like a light wood. And the walls, deeper, more orangish wood. There's a very tall ceiling with rafters that come up to a pointed area. There's tables with just books and parchment. A very plush purple armchair with dark wood framing it that sits next to one of these tables. A very nice, thick desk that sits on the other corner as well. A bookshelf completely full with dusty tomes. And an open window with wooden shutters and just light curtains that are kind of blowing in the breeze. And you can actually see out this window the sun beginning to set. And you all kind of make this way into your room. It's the first time you've had like fresh air in a little while. I imagine you just all. And
at least it's more like they're grateful for the sunlight rather than the fresh air.
yeah.
Photosynthesis.
Ecclesia's petals just open up a little bit more and take on a little bit more vibrance as the sunlight hits them. And there's just a sort of like a golden wash over everything. And as you look back, the doorway that you just came into does not lead to a stone passageway anymore. You see a staircase spiraling down.
So, like, we're in this room.
Yes.
We came through the door. We
Yes.
look back, and now it's a different one.
The door is the same. What's beyond it is now different.
Yeah,
Rather
yeah,
than
yeah.
the stone, it is now just a normal wooden staircase that curves downwards. It's like a spiral.
It is. Sorry, can I tell if the surrounding, like, landmarks, nature stuff is similar to where the school is normally?
Yeah, you make your way over to the window. And as you look, you see all of Lucin down the side of the mountain, very close to where you are. You understand that you are at the school's highest point, Astoria's Tower.
Bother to check to see if the wand was in Astoria's tower? Is okay, Cleese is gonna then like just look around for any sign of the wand.
Hold on,
Okay.
hold on. Where are we?
This is the highest point of the school.
Yeah, this is Astoria's tower.
Ah, tower. Well, seems like a likely place that has already been searched. I feel like this is maybe not where we want to be. No?
Cleese is still gonna look around anyway.
Yeah, can I fish around a little?
Do a general investigation.
Is a modded.
I'm gonna do one also.
That's a nat 20 for a 26.
And I got a 23.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast locate object again and try to locate
All
Hell
right.
yeah.
the
All
one.
right. We'll come back to you in a second.
Crispy building his
Mr.
character, knowing the premise of the campaign. I'm gonna end this shit in 10 minutes. Locate object.
It's a helpful spell. That's all.
Quickest one shot of all time.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the one shot is us just dicking around in the mess hall, just like
Food fight!
I rolled it.
Imagine if we saw a Manticore.
Yeah.
That's what we could have done.
How wild would it have been if there was like an adventure? Okay. We're gonna come back to Gara in a second. What did Ursa get again?
22. I added on by accident.
You drift over to the bookcases and start sifting there just to see if there's anything there. And you get to a section where you see more journals very similar to the one that you've been holding on to. bound in the same sort of leather, same sort of designs up and down the spine. And it catches your eye.
How many of them are there?
Like 4.
Can I thumb through them really quickly, see if I can scan them to find anything interesting?
Roll me investigation again. We'll come back to you. Okay. Ooh, Morgan, you take a look around the room, and nothing jumps out to you about where the wand might be at the moment. You do go drift over to the doorway. You kind of look at it, and you realize that this isn't the doorway at all. Like, looking at it, the image just kind of shifts under your scrutiny and then becomes a little bit less visible. Turns out that staircase you were looking at is not there at all. Come back to you. Eccles, as the sunlight is sort of drifting into this room, you kind of look at it as you're taking it in, and the sun's rays drift down onto the floor. And there's a moment just as the sun is starting to crest behind the mountain range that the school sits on, where the sunlight forms an almost perfect rectangle on one of the floorboards.
I go to that floorboard.
Okay. Roll, what are you doing?
I'm gonna take out my dagger and like try to lift the floorboard up as best as I can.
You know what I'm going to ask you for.
Okay,
Go strength check.
Also,
strength check.
can I do detect magic then if I see?
You get the strong presence of illusion directly in front of you as that image shifts. Also, a number of things. There's a number of magical tomes on these shelves that are all glowing in various colors as you understand the presence of various schools. And this whole area is just sort of shining with a general sense of protection and separation. Ursa May, you thumb through the books. Nothing about the wand jumps out to you. What's that investigation check?
It's an 8.
Oh.
Okay. Nothing about the wand jumps out to you, but you, as you're holding kind of the stacks and you're like going through them, you do see there's like a strange series of drawings. Like on one page in one of the books, there's like a loop, and then on another, there's like a line, like a couple of lines, and then on another book, there's a couple of lines, and then on another one, there's almost like an upside down F shape. And it's a little bit weird. You're not able really to piece together what it means, but they seem to be in the same place in every book. It's a little peculiar.
Is there anything I can roll to try to figure that out? Like history or insight or did I, because the investigation was bad, like.
Unfortunately, with that investigation,
okay.
it pops out to you, but you're not really able to make heads or tails of it.
Okay.
Gara, you cast Locate Object. The spell once again fizzles out.
All right.
As if I can't believe you came in here.
Give me
like
a direction.
Get
Come
outta
on.
here.
It doesn't have
Get
to be
outta
like,
here.
oh, it's 10 feet away from me. Like,
Get out of here.
Might I remind our group that this one, and she'll point, has the sending command, the little message thingy You know, we were
Elise is
given.
still trying to open the floorboard.
Oh yeah, no, Morgan's like pointing like while you're doing that. We get two lint hands of help if we so desire.
We're this close. I don't want to.
Well,
Elise,
look at
what's your
who's
strength?
being prideful now.
We don't actually know that we're close.
True.
Sarah
You looked up
needs to,
him like that.
Take the euphemisms down a notch. Just ran through my brain from Crispy saying, "We don't know if we're close."
I think this is bad. Imagine doing 19 episodes of a campaign.
I can
Uh,
only.
I can
I got
only
a
imagine.
16 for that strength check, by the way.
Okay. The floorboards sort of creak, and you don't manage to pop it out of place, but you do bend it up a little bit to get a look underneath. There's some sort of metal box in there, and you can put your hand in, but you can't get the box out.
Need help to getting this off. But there's
Who
a
are you?
box.
Who are you looking at? You're looking at me.
At Gara.
Gar will gruff a little bit and be like, all right, I'll help you. And he goes down and just takes a claw. And it's like he's got claws. Like he's you know, he has a hand, but they're claws. And he just goes to pull the the floorboard, right?
Yeah, do me a strength check.
All right, give it to me. 15.
All right. So, there's a sort of like a creak and then a pop as the floorboard comes off of one side and kind of you're able to like slide it sort of on a hinge. And there is a box under this floorboard, just this perfect little cavern. It's like a metal box that sort of shimmers a little bit as the sunlight is now hitting it. And there's just a small handle on top.
I open
Is
it.
it made out of lead?
Who knows?
I open it.
You pull up the top of it. Doesn't open though.
Does it have a key or?
It has a lock.
It is a lock. I mean, that's what I meant. A lock, not a key.
Well,
This is the first time you've
this-
heard a curse.
What'd she say? Or
She
what'd
was like,
they say?
Fuck.
you so adorable when you curse.
No, I didn't actually say that. That's too condescending.
Ecclese would kill you. I just want like Ecclese just goes God mode and kills
Ecclese
you.
just dagger up through like the bottom of
Yeah.
your skin. Just-
I was the big bad all along.
Oh no.
Um,
Oh no.
Well,
Even the DM didn't know.
Morgan's also going to let everybody know about the illusion door at this time.
Morgan lets you all know that the doorway, when you had turned back, I unplugged my headphones. Unplug those. I should put that back. Hold on. Oh no. Okay, found it. We're fine. So, you look back over your shoulder and see what Morgan is talking about. That stairway that you saw that originally just kind of started to descend past your view is completely just like you're looking at it, and as you look at it, it becomes more see-through.
Can I do an Arcana check to see what level I would have to cast Dispel Magic at? Okay. 18 plus 3, 21.
You get the sense that this isn't super strong.
So if I cast it at level 3?
Yeah. You think you feel like that would be sufficient? Yeah.
All right. I cast Dispel Magic.
Okay.
Old.
The door vanishes, and you look, and there is just this gaping hole of stone where you can see the horizon, mountains, birds flying by, the last reaches of sunlight as they crest over the top of the mountains. There is no doorway down.
Oh,
This is an open wall.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
I take out the calling stone.
Oh, now
Um,
you want to use it.
So with these stones,
Well, there's
you
no
may
options now if you wanted to take the time. We
with
could
these
think of a
stones.
solution.
Sorry. With the stones, you would know that you're able to place a call to any of the heads of house. Honestly, you don't actually have to call only yours, and you get 2 calls. I don't see there any reason why you couldn't spend both at the same time if you wanted to. So there's Thea, who is the head of house for House Draconis, which Ursame you would know. Everybody else would know as well. You know all of them. There's Flynn for House Lycan, Kaylin for House Griffin, and Belladonna for House Vipera.
We should most certainly call Flynn.
Why?
Because House Lycan doesn't just talk about things, we get things done.
Okay. So you know that they have some sort of teleportation spell that can help us get out of here?
I don't know that, but I know that the point of the stone is to ask for help and they provide it.
Hold on. We don't even know if that's what we're looking for. We have a box. That's it.
Well, yeah, they could. Maybe there's somebody that knows that there's a key and never found that it went to this box.
Yes, let's check with everybody in the academy to see if they have a random key that fits in a random box.
Well, I would imagine that somebody would understand that one of failing to remember the name of the founder.
We've got multiple
Which founder?
problems.
The founder of the school.
Astoria.
Astoria. I
Astoria.
would imagine if they know it's Astoria's key, then that might mean that it would be important.
We are supposed to find it, and we don't know that it's in that box.
Um,
We need to open it to confirm.
Is someone able to... How do we find a key if we don't know where the key is at? If we know we're looking for a key... Have any of us seen a key in this room? We all rolled pretty good investigation.
I haven't actually, I
Um,
don't think, investigated at all.
Gara, did you? I don't think you did, right?
Damn, if only I could use locate object to find the key.
uh,
I'm
I mean,
out of second levels.
this is say la
Actually, I
vie.
don't know what the key looks like, so I can't.
You also
Yeah.
don't know that.
I
Yeah.
am going to put like gentle hand on Gara, understanding that they have not yet done any kind of investigation. Cast guidance just in case.
Oh my god.
Special eyes see, Gara. What do your dragonborn eyes see?
Okay, can I try to pick the lock?
Do you have thieves' tools?
Listen, okay, I've thought this out. Okay, so I have that
my
little
God.
raven brooch on my shirt.
Yes,
I would
you do.
take it off and take the little needle back attachment and like
Mhm.
pluck it off, and then try to use that to pick the lock.
Okay, lockpicks are usually 2 pieces.
Well, so you have the little bit that's against the raven skull.
Oh, you're
and
gonna
then
try
they-
and
then
use.
they,
Okay.
And then you have the other bit that goes through the clothes, and then they clasp together.
Are you proficient in thieves' tools?
No. Oh,
So
no.
you
No.
okay?
I can. No, I read that I can speak thieves can't. And
Yeah,
yeah.
not quite.
Yeah. Yeah.
You cannot whisper sweet nothings to the lock,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll
Hey,
me.
little mama, let me whisper in your ear.
Not this.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me. Kita, your expressions are gold.
I can't help it. I'm
Honest-
sorry.
Honestly, at this
It's the
point,
best.
I'm saying funny things just to make Kita make expressions.
Okay, go ahead and roll me. Do a sleight of hand with disadvantage,
Yep. Figured.
because you do not know what you're doing.
3.
Okay. That's a 16.
Damn. Okay.
What?
I rolled a wow, I can't do backwards math. I rolled a 15 and a 17. So
You
It is a
take the
plus
back
2.
of the brooch and you fit it into the lock. And at first, nothing, but then you kind of wrinkle your nose at it and readjust. And there is a sort of like a turning of a tumbler within there, but you can't, the lock still doesn't open. Like you sense you've made some sort of progress, but there's just a final piece missing that you just don't have.
Well, I
this.
tried.
You did try.
Still gonna make that investigation.
Are you?
Yeah. I guess I'll make the investigation. Guidance gives you a D4, right?
D4.
Yeah. I mean,
Alright. Let's use.
it's better than nothing.
I guess, what should I investigate, though? I'm going to investigate. We didn't get anything out of those journals, though, either.
You know, SMA went over to look at the journals and did not report anything else.
Okay.
Can
I guess I'll investigate to see if I could find anything else in the room that would help.
Can I go look at the journals again?
Sure. Hold on.
That is an 11.
Okay. Eccles, what's up?
I want to Scooby-Doo this shit and like go to the other tomes to see if there's like a hollowed out part in like the pages that have a key in them. So Eccles is just sitting in a corner, just opening every book.
That is also what Morrigan would like to assist with doing.
The two of you start opening books. Ursula, you can see just the sort of drama of just like, ha! Oh.
Can I show them the markings? Because maybe if I may not know them, but maybe one of them will.
Yes. So you open some of the books and start showing them the markings. Both of you do a general intelligence check for me. Gara, with an 11, you look around the room. You don't get a sense of anything helpful with relation to this box, but you do get a sense of bearings, essentially, in this tower. Everybody knows the tower exists because you can kind of see it from the outside of the school. It's the tallest point on the school. And you're looking into, so there's just a general hole blasted into the wall where there probably at one point was a staircase that is no longer there. And you look, kind of pace between that and the window. And as you're walking back and forth, it starts perking to your ears. There's just a simple creak as you pass over the center of the room that repeats a few times.
And that's like the me when
as you pass over the floorboards, that they're in the center of the room, they're creaking as you pace over them. I'm going to let you think on that and come back to them. So invest the intelligence. There we go. What's happening?
Oh, I got a 19.
Okay. I also got a 19.
Okay. You take the journals from Ursula, and between the three of you, you're able to hold them out. There's like 5 with the one that Ursula has. And the one Ursula has does not have any sort of markings in it, so you kind of are able to set it to the side for now. So you have all 4. You're kind of looking at the markings. So there's, on the first journal, kind of at the top of the page, a loop sort of shape, and then the next one, a long shape. The next one, further down on the page, a long shape, and then on the final one, it's sort of upside down F. it kind of like, and then between the three of you, hold them together,
Does it make a key?
and it makes a key.
God damn it.
Oh, the F, the okay.
Can I
And
reach to see if I pick out the image, a key will?
Ecclesia, you reach for it, and you're grasping at paper. But Ursa May, something calls to you on the page.
Yes.
Go ahead and do me a wisdom check.
Oh.
Not a save, a
Oh
check.
no!
Don't panic.
Just the
Yes. As if the page is actually speaking. Like, yes, hello. Yes. What
You
would
rang?
you like?
Yes, this is she.
It's got a 7.
A 7.
Oh,
Just
Okay.
rocking and roll tonight, y'all.
Oh, Ursula.
You know, okay, it comes to your mind after you do this that you probably should have been more careful. After seeing Achilles try to grab at the key, you're like, I got it! And you take the key off of the page. Literally off of the page. It forms this one object, and as you hold it, it goes from pure ink to intricately wrought metal in this just handheld key shape. And you're like, so proud of yourself. And then there's just a general rumbling sound.
Yo, why does everything rumble in this place?
What I do?
What did you
Gara,
find?
You
On the
remember,
key.
remember how you pushed a button earlier? It was like fine.
Of course. Why would anything ever happen?
No.
So as you turn around to see what has been found, the center of the tower, and there is now a 10-foot wide in the center of this room pit, just directly down, and it's starting to like bubble up with water.
Damn it, I knew there was gonna be water.
It's me. Of course, there's water.
Well, that's not good.
So you have this key, and water is starting to fill up in this pit, which does not look like it goes the full depth of the tower. Not a lot of time until this starts to fill into the room.
Open the box, quick! Open the box, make sure that's what we want.
Yeah, because somebody touched the buttons and now we're all gonna drown.
Open the box!
I don't have the key.
Ecclesia is calling head of house Vipera.
Okay, okay. So we're gonna do that in a second. Ursa May, what are you doing? You're holding the key in your hand.
I can't hold this. Does anybody else? I don't know what to do.
Kara snatches the key and takes the box and goes, open the box!
Okay, we're gonna.
And if you open the box, will he
Kristen. We're gonna come back to
we open the box and
please. All right.
Sees his wife.
All right. Please, you call into the rock for Belladonna to appear to you all, and there's a sort of shimmering of purple energy, and then you see the halfling that is your head of house. So long, sleek black hair, and kind of goth.
and
she
Morgan
kinda looks
immediately
around.
snarls.
And then she
That was it, like a cat. She just hissed and then did nothing.
Yeah, well,
She
because
looks-
it's just she doesn't like Belladonna. That's it.
Yeah. Belladonna just and then turns to Gara and Achilles.
Bad
call?
situation.
Bad situation.
Can you get rid of the water or get us the fuck out of here? She doesn't say fuck. Sorry. Ecclesia does not
Just
say
like,
fuck.
damn.
Okay.
Get us out of here. Retcon that.
Okay. Belladonna looks at the room, and that window that was open slams shut. and the shutters actually recede into the room and seal. It is now very dark. There's this hole that's still at the side of the wall, and you hear dink, dink, dink as the hole's starting to close itself up with new bricks. Belladonna looks at that, looks at y'all, and goes, let me try something. She kneels down and kind of concentrates and lifts her hands, and you see the water begin to rise out of this thing. And then she starts with her hands directing it towards the now closing hole in the wall.
Okay,
So
Katara.
this is this is probably not a permanent solution. Okay. What quest brought you up here? You know what? Another time. Has anyone checked for an alternate way out?
No.
Police is now looking.
Oh my.
Also,
Has anyone tried to leave? Okay. Do perception for anybody that's looking.
Yeah.
Modded 20.
Okay.
Barnaby, don't let me down. Cock.
12.
Wait, what am I using? Perception?
See, what was that? What did Barnaby
Natural
do?
1.
Yep. I am a rabbit.
I'm a rabbit.
24.
Modded 2024. Ursame?
12.
12. Okay. Ursame, you look around. Nothing really comes to mind. But you are able to stash away those journals that you had. Those are yours now. For Achilles and Morgan, you both look at each other, look at what Belladonna is doing, and you actually see as she's pulling the water out, you both look down, and there is a doorway at the bottom of this pit that's now in the center of the room. It's you can just barely see it as you look.
Is there still water at the bottom?
There's a little bit.
How far down is this?
It's about, you think, like 30 or 40 feet.
Okay, Achilles is looking for a place to anchor the rope that they have.
Okay.
Car jumps.
Oh my
Oh my god. Okay.
He's like, then he looks over. He's like, there's enough water there. Well, only one way out, huh? And he just fucking goes, man.
Okay. Do you have the box in your hand and the key?
Oh wait. We should probably before that.
Oh,
That's-
I did try to open the box.
You did try to open the box.
Yeah.
There is a gentle click, and the box lid does open, and you do see, sitting on a bed of white silk, a long wand of light wood with intricate designs curved into it. As the last branches of sunlight hit, just before the windows slam shut, there's like just a puff of gentle iridescent sparkles off of the surface of the wand. Okay, now the windows slam shut, the walls rebuilding, water bending.
Oh no.
And then Gara looks down, he's got it, and he shows everybody this. I believe we found our prize. He closes it, puts the key in his pocket, and goes, "Let's go." And he
fucking jumps. Okay.
I
he
want
has
to
the
imagine
wand.
that he didn't jump, but he just like so adeptly like just leans back and lets
Yep.
gravity take him.
Yep,
Nice.
yep.
The coolest
Um,
Mission Impossible shit.
Ursame, Morgan,
Can
please.
can I cast Dispel Magic at 4th level on the water?
Oh, that's
Wait, while Gar's in it?
Yeah.
no. I didn't get that. I don't think I reached it yet. I'm falling.
no!
Okay. All of the water in the room. Actually, no, you have to roll for that. Go ahead and roll me. It's an Arcana check, I believe.
We get a shit rocked.
Oh fuck!
Hey, that's a natural 20 for
Oh
a
my
for a
god.
26.
The water that Belladonna is currently funneling out of the room to try and give you more time completely vanishes from her hands, and she looks down like, I didn't do that. As you hear from you just hear, Doom! Gara! Gara, you just fell 30 feet. And
Yeah, sure did.
you take 4 bludgeoning damage as you
4?
careen to the
Okay.
bottom of this pit.
Oh my
Wand
god.
in hand. I need you to do me a dexterity saving throw, please.
It was almost an 18. Instead, it's a 2.
Oh no.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, no.
Gar, you hear a crunch. And as you look, there's an
No.
accordion-shaped piece of metal
No.
next to you that is on the ground.
No.
Gara kind of shakes off the pain from falling. I mean, he has pretty heavy armor on, but it hurts, obviously.
Can we
Um,
see that what Morgan did essentially destroyed the wand?
You don't know. I don't think does dispel magic hold on. Let me see 1 second.
Because the water's gone now, right? Like all
Yeah,
of the
hold
water.
on. Hold on 1 second.
But you know,
So
you're a cleric, right? So you probably
you
have
can roll me a
mending.
perception check.
Oh, I do have mending.
Well, you can roll me a perception check, Eccles.
14 plus 5. Wait, you said perception?
Yes.
Yes, 19.
There we go. Okay. You did see Morgan mutter something under her breath just before the water vanished.
Listen, she didn't understand the assignment. And is that her fault?
Yes.
yes.
This is literally our graduation assignment.
Well, she hates institutions.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay.
Gara, you have an accordion-shaped piece of metal in your hands.
I opened the box.
Roll me a strength check.
All right.
Listen,
Eccles
clerics
is
16.
With a terrible groan, you pry the lid from where it's now near fused to the rest of the box, and the force with which you have to pull it rips the lid off of the box entirely.
Did you
And you look, and there is now 2 halves of a wand in this box.
He doesn't know what happened, so he looks up. He's
Did
like,
Eccles find a place to do the rope?
You do find kind of where this has opened up. There's enough of like floorboard where you think you could get yourself down, but you're not sure about anybody heavier than you, which is everybody, because you are a tiny flower person.
Yeah, Eccles is like, I'm gonna go down there to make sure things are okay, and
no.
just descends down.
Oh no. Eccles slides down the rope with ease and lands kind of daintily on the ground. Gara, right in front of you.
I go, well, the water disappeared, but we still have the wand. 2 wands. He holds it up. It still counts, right?
Both of them. There's 3 wands now because there's the fake
3.
one.
Oh yeah.
3 wands total. This is great.
And then Eccles will just be like, please give, and then we'll cast mending to put it back together.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right. So you take the 2 halves of the wand and hold them in your hands, and you hold them together. And
She's Ecclese is like muttering in Sylvan, just like like praying to death and to like everything just to like get this together.
okay, the thing is, you know this because you know how to mend things, that mending does not restore magic
Yeah,
to an object.
But you
So
know,
you
maybe
do
because
have,
it's from the Feywild.
but
crying.
you
You just
call
don't
out,
want-
you call out to death, and in a desperate sort of prayer, ask for in recompense for all of the work that your family has done pretending Death's Garden. You call out and pray for the wand to be restored. And through you, the Feywild enters the material plane. You all see Ecclese begin to just sort of bloom a bit more, posture straighten, and this sort of glowing pollen drift off of them and descend down onto the wand itself as they're holding it together. And the wand begins to glow faintly and sort of rattle in their grip as they're concentrating, and you see them muttering furiously under their breath. And the wand repairs as Ecclese kind of returns to their normal self, and you look and you have a whole wand again.
And just to clarify, me and Ursa May and Belladonna, are we all still up in the thing?
You are still upstairs. Yes. What are you doing?
Can I propose a spicy way for me to get down?
How can we get spicier than what just happened? I'm almost afraid.
Listen,
what?
Listen, it was an accident. I misunderstood what was happening, and my character acted upon my own errors, not.
Oh no! Okay,
Ecclese
what's up?
was like so like a bottle of stress. They're like fully like bent over, just like just relief, just like oh my god. Just holding
Okay,
the
wait.
wand in their hand.
Alternate universe. Guard takes the wand, snaps it again, and goes, "Do that again."
Oh no!
No, alternate universe. That didn't happen. That didn't happen.
No.
Speaking of alternate
so
universes, type in exclamation point Stormborn curse. Stormborn.
Boom.
Anyway, I propose that in order for me to get down the heights, that I would use my creature of the night ability to try and summon some bats, and then I would just jump and the bats would cushion my fall because they have to listen to me.
What a show off.
Hold on. Hold on. Okay. You jump. You call out. You're falling. Quiet. You're falling. It's quiet. And then you hear I can't do bat noises. You hear squeaking and shivering. I can't do it with my face. Bat noises.
Yeah.
As the swarm of flapping everything just surrounds you and slows your fall and tilts you back up for you to gently Mary Poppins land where you are.
Ecclese looks up at you and just like and points the wand, just being like, "You think you know things, you don't know everything," and just with every like fiber of their being is just like holding the wand super tight.
Morgan's gonna turn to Gara and like show her neck a little bit, like pull down her lace high collar. It would appear that a miscommunication led to your getting injured, so if you would like to have some of my blood to restore some health, by all means, darling.
Capri Sun.
Stop.
Stab a straw through their carotid.
Yeah.
Gara goes over to her and goes to do whatever you're supposed to do, and instead he breathes his white dragon cold breath attack onto her neck.
Hello?
Are you actually doing your breath weapon, or are you doing
Yes.
it for free? Okay. Go
Sorry, what was that?
ahead, and I think it's. Do you have to roll a save, or do you have to do a save?
Let me check real quick. But
Okay,
I
I'll
believe
be
it's
right
a
out. 1 moment.
hit.
Yep.
Breath
It
weapon.
is. It
Okay.
is. Oh, actually, no. It's a 14 con DC.
Saving throw.
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and roll Constitution saving throw, Morgan.
Oh, is she gone?
Oh. Oh no.
I think that they went to go get.
Delivery.
Yes.
That was
Not
the
delivery.
perfect
That's
timing.
DiGiorno.
DiGiorno.
Nice. That's perfect timing. Okay. We'll wait for Morgan to return. In the meanwhile, as Gara makes his way over to do that, Ursa May, Eccles, what's going on?
Eccles will just shout from below, going, like, kind of seeing that Gara is approaching and being like a little bit startled, just be like, "There's a door down here. Please don't. I don't want to be alone with these people anymore."
Oh, I guess my only option is to jump down, huh?
Okay.
I
It's a 30-foot drop.
I have
Oh,
a rope.
never.
I have a rope.
Alright.
I don't. You might need to find a different place for it.
Well,
You
you
do
didn't take
see-
the rope, did you?
Yeah, you could take the rope. You see where Eccles tied off their rope. You'd
Okay.
have to reattach it to something because they took advantage of their small size to tie it to a floorboard. But
So what's around me?
you see there's like a heavy chair, there's a desk, there's a few bookshelves. You have options.
Is there like any kind of like pole or like column
Not in
That's,
this
like,
room, unfortunately.
grounded? All right, sweet. So I'm gonna try to tie this rope to the heaviest thing possible.
You get the sense it would probably be the desk.
Okay.
Go ahead and do me a general survival check.
Mm.
Can I ask what happened to me, by the way? Because I had to.
Yeah, you have to do.
Oh, you have to do a 14 con save.
And then
As
a
I
23.
Yeah.
Ice breath just comes out of my mouth, and I just cover your torso with it.
He went to drink and then fuck you over, which is
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, what a dick, man. Okay.
It's almost like
it's almost like you did something to deserve it.
What's the con save?
14.
15, sucker.
Oh my god, you'd
Isn't
still
it
take
still
half
half
damage. Yeah.
How much is that?
So it's only 2d6. So it's 5, so it's 2 damage. Rounds down, right?
Yeah.
Or is it round
Oh,
up?
I round up.
Yeah, no, rounds up, you're right. So it's 3.
Okay. Whatever. Morgan is gonna like scratch you on the arm.
He recoils and just laughs heartily.
Okay. So Ursa May with 23 took a good look around the room and you managed to secure the rope to the desk. You actually used the desk looks heavy, so you tie the rope to one of the handles on the desk, like one of the drawers, and then support it by wrapping it like around, like under and around the desk, so you are able to like feed the rest of the rope down. And you start climbing down, and it takes a little while, but you reach the bottom and land solidly and all right. So, okay, Morgan, you get a little frosty. And Eccles, you've got the wand. Okay, all of you are together. Belladonna kind of looks down, takes the rope that Ursa May just tied, and just like slides down like superhero style because she's cool and goth.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And then she does like a 3-point landing at the bottom of the rope and stands up and kind of brushes it off.
Sorry, I just have to point out the little thing in Kita's background that says,
Yeah.
cut yourself some fucking slack, okay?
I love it. I love it.
So
I
good.
love Kita's background so much. It's so good.
Everything about everything Kita does is phenomenal. Anyway.
So true.
So true, bestie.
Belladonna does this like 3-point landing, then stands up, brushes themselves off. Okay. Still not clear on what just happened with the. Anyway, is there anything else I could help you all with?
No.
Okay, anyone but Morgan? Is there anyone I could?
Gar was about to say something. She just no. I just
Well, we could use a ride out of here. I believe we have what we came for.
Okay. And she. Ooh, does she have this? I think she does. She does. Okay. Y'all, damn, the convenience.
Hell yeah.
Belladonna.
I love
Kind
what I
of.
did in a moment of severe stress. Worked.
Belladonna has sort of these two like purple, like black to purple ombre like feather earrings, and if she takes one off of her ear, they kind of flick their wrist, and it turns into a long quill. And then she kind of like with it has like a wider sort of not like a pen tip, like almost like a chalk tip. And then they start like scratching out a circle on the ground with it. And it takes a few moments and she kind of just gestures to all of you, like, okay, come on, inside. You all shuffle within and she looks like, are we all okay? Is anybody hurt?
If not, I can do like a mass healing word.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I could help you with that. Take some of the stress off your shoulders. I'm sure you all of you certainly look like you've been through a lot in the last few hours.
Yeah, Ecclese has this very far away, like, holy shit, like look on their face, just like, I'm ready to go home. Like back to the edge of the forest, deep in the Empire.
Yeah, just like I'm ready to drop out.
They're like,
I'm done
I'm
with this.
going all the way back to the Feywild. This is enough interaction.
Not Eccles dropping out. They said, I'm done. You all gather within the circle, and Belladonna just kind of, I'm proud of all of you, you know. Even you, Morgan. Rolls her eyes. And then
Gar like claps her on the back, not like yeah, like totally, like as she's like doing this. Yeah,
Belladonna's
I know she's the head of the house. He's like he's like yeah, not like hard, like not like trying to hurt her. Just like yeah, like we did it.
Belladonna
Like
gets punted across the campus.
like when they throw Muppets and you just see Kermit like go into the air. It's like she kind of stumbles forward just a little bit, and then she looks at me like, "Thanks." she fucks with y'all. And seeing her all in the circle, she reaches down and slams her hands into the edge of the circle, and a white light emanates out from the ground and then beams up and kind of obscures your vision. And when it dims, you're all standing back in the Great Hall. You look behind you and you see Astoria's portrait smiling down upon all of you. And you turn back to the front and you see the doors to the main hall are still open. Most students are hanging out there chatting, but it's starting to get to dinner time, so some people are like filtering out. And you see the other heads of house waiting at the front of the room, and Belladonna's just like, well, if you got what you came for, it's time to show it to faculty. Let's see if you're graduating. And she kind of walks you, and Cleese is just like,
take it.
right.
Are you giving it to her, or are you holding it out like for yourself, Ecclese?
I'm holding it out like Ecclese wordlessly with like the most like broken, almost sad look on their face. How long has it been?
In total?
Yeah.
Almost Probably like somewhere around 6 or 7 hours. It's been a day.
Yeah, Ecclesias is like, like they just walk straight to where all the faculty are to drop off the assignment. And
Okay. So at the front of the room, you see your faculty. There are a number of professors, Carthan, but because the Oris holiday has just started, there are a number of them that are taking breaks. So for the people who are here, you see Velrin, who sort of acts as headmaster, kind of. You don't see him often. He's kind of like a little bit of a beanpole kind of guy that hides in the library quite often. You see Erva, the combat instructor and transmutation professor, who's upon seeing you just is applauding. You see there is a fat elven woman with these just gorgeous shimmering pink robes, who, seeing all of you, just starts like clapping, like extra excited. This is the divination professor. And there are a few other scattered faculty members as well, the heads of house. So immediately, as soon as you enter the room, Thea comes bounding down the center of the room, almost looking like she's charging you, and skids to a stop just in front of you. And Ursame, could she give you a big ol' hug?
Yeah.
She gives you a big ol'
heck
hug.
yeah.
And she's pretty heckin' strong. She gives you one of those little spinny hugs and puts you back down. I am so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. You did it. And she looks at all of you, gives you a really hearty nod of respect, kind of claps your chest a little bit, and then backs up. Flynn kind of slinks over, walks up to you, Morgan, and goes, "Nice."
Morgan's gonna kind of like, run her fingers through her hair a little bit. Are you proud of me?
Of course I'm proud of you.
Will you give me a hug?
Absolutely.
And she hugs him.
Hmm.
It's been a day.
Flynn gives you one of those hugs where you kind of like to hold the back of the head, and just really gentle for a moment. She's like, "Yeah, it's been a day, but you got through it. That's what counts."
Thanks. I want to talk later about how you handle people always asking you about yourself. Anyway.
I'm always around. Come on. And kind of starts like gesturing to the front of the room as well. Belladonna, who's with you, is like just also makes her way to the front, and you all approach the front of the room. Erva comes forward, as does the divination professor. And Eccles is just looking at him.
It's like this whole time I'm picturing Eccles just going
The whole time.
People like, yeah.
like
take.
Between the two of them, Velrin passes through as this tall, spindly human man, old, for all intents and purposes, looking like a praying mantis, comes forward and looks down on it, just like
praying mantis looking ass.
Yeah, with like bell sleeves too. He's really just like,
yes.
The best part is we all had to physically mimic it, and we all did it. We all
Yep.
Of course. He kind of leans and scoops the wands into his hands because he can't hold shit like a normal person, and looks down on it and goes, "Against all odds, you did it. Inspiring performance, all of you."
Were you hoping that we'd fail?
No, but it's not exactly common knowledge that Astoria's wand was hidden beneath the grounds.
It was actually up in the tower. I feel like that would have been a given. I don't understand how this wasn't found sooner.
Velrin looks at you down his nose, and he goes, "My dear, the tower was destroyed long ago."
Yeah, I think that was an illusion. I kind of figured that out.
Sarah starts weeping.
Oh my god.
Please breaks down. That's just the final fucking straw. Velrin takes
sensitive plate girl.
Velrin takes the wand, and then there's just like a shimmer of green arcane energy from his palms, and the wand is gone. And he goes, "It has now taken its appropriate place where it belongs. Good work. I'll see to your ascension immediately." And he kind of drifts back up to the front of the room to accept the next group of students. Congratulations, because you all are graduating.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm
Doing
so
shady
proud
shit.
of you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
This
god.
group, this
Can I
unlikely
get
group.
a?
Can we get oh yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Can I slip Belladonna a note like I'll see you later? And
Belladonna?
that's where it
Whoa.
comes out.
You see Belladonna open it and look at you, and then that's where we end.
Let's go.
Sorry?
This.
That's what I go to school for. Who is a real boy?
I mean, sometimes really only Gara understood the
I love
assignment. Big
Miss
titty
That's
gospel.
true.
That's what
Yep.
I go to school for.
So anyway,
Yeah.
this unlikely group of 4, very, very different in walks of life and house, have all come together to complete a quest. Ursa May. This especially for you. The yes of fear. It's over. I promise.
I was like, oh God.
No, not that. Oh my
Ursa
god.
May. For
Yes.
you in particular, this is a point of pride because it is, although you don't let many people know it, because you want to make your own way in the world as your own person, and you are a very capable person. It's a point of pride for you because you've seen your family's legacy go where it belongs. I'm very, very, very honored to be able to have run this adventure for you all.
Thank you
for
so
Liz.
much, Liz.
Beyond
Shout out,
honored.
Liz. Shout out, Liz. Thank you so much, Liz. You're phenomenal.
Thank you for
Yes.
having me. I'm sorry we ran over, but I wanted to give you a satisfying conclusion, so I'm happy we got.
I appreciate it.
You
let
officially
me-
survived one of my chaotic characters.
Yeah.
Oh, you're lucky it was a one shot.
Yeah.
So, my original goal was $100, and we're at $358. So,
That's amazing.
and I increased my goal twice. So,
Hell yeah,
no.
baby. Let's go.
thank you everybody who supported and everybody who showed up.
Crushed it.
Had a pretty awesome crowd today. So thank you everybody, and then extra thank you to our phenomenal DM who DM'd something Thursday night, last night, and tonight, all separate campaigns.
What a champion.
And then
Yeah.
also thank you to Sarah, Kita, and Crispy, 3 phenomenal people that I hope to share more TTRPG spaces with, because y'all are amazing.
You're amazing.
My birthday is next Thursday, so that's when you can tweet me.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, if anybody has anything they want to say or they want to promo, hey, here's your chance.
I do. I have things I want to say. If you like the shenanigans of this group, unfortunately, Keita and Crispy aren't a part of this one. But who knows? Guest star thing. Anyway.
It don't matter. It's just me and Kristen.
Right.
Damn. Yeah, those are the stars of that show.
Crispy comes
What
to
the
play the big bad evil.
Oh,
Oh,
don't think it won't happen.
Crispy's like, you
Um,
don't know my DMs with Liz.
I mean, thank you all so much. Every Friday over on my channel, I run Stormborn's Curse, which is a 5e homebrew pirate-themed adventure that's just took a major goddamn twist. Sarah and Kristen are both players in that campaign, so
I
if
laid
you
in a
like,
fetal position on the floor for a solid 10 minutes after.
I ruined them
Yeah,
last
let
session
me just say
emotionally.
this, like,
Let's go.
like, we're ahead of the curve before Spider-Man No Way Home comes out. Like, we are doing what they're doing before they're doing it. So,
Got some time travel or what's up?
you know,
I can't say much. It's fine. But if you like what you saw and you wanted to get more of it, you can come hang out there every Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and the VODs are up on the VOD channel, except for our 3 most recent episodes, which we'll be going over the next few days. You can find Kita over A Death to Divinity Also on Fridays. I forget what time you guys start.
Crispy.
It's the same time.
At the same time.
The same.
Watch both. One in 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what
Exactly.
VODs exist too, you know?
That's what we were
Exactly.
saying. Like we've
Yeah.
got a podcast version and
There you
like
go.
a website, so you don't gotta watch live.
You don't have to pick either. You can just watch all of them at the same time.
Exactly.
And I think Crispy does stuff on the internet. I don't know.
Who's to say?
Follow Crispy on Twitter. Crispy posts all the time when he's going live, and Crispy's really amazing. And you know,
True.
I might be biased because I am a mod and part of that community, but it's a pretty cool community.
You don't say.
Yeah.
True.
It's a pretty cool place to be.
You hang out with Crispy.
And there are bunnies.
I don't go to Crispy's
Or a
channel
big
for
bunny.
Crispy. I go to be the
Very
mod
little
of
bunny
Crispy.
boy. I haven't seen him in
Bunny
hours. I gotta
baby.
go give him some kisses.
Oh.
Well, if does anyone else want to promo anything of themselves? By all means.
This was my weekend. This is
I mean-
everything of my life I'm ever doing.
You can follow me on Twitter at Sarah_TOWNIN.
Look at you.
9-inch nails.
9-inch
Yeah,
nails.
exactly. And also the way that you can support me is by supporting Liz, because they are the on their content
Liz does so
on their
much.
channel that
Sorry,
I
just do
do
with this.
content creation. So
You just gonna,
I don't have my own platform. I just work here, you know.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well,
we're a mess.
with that, stay tuned. I'll probably stream here more now. And by probably I mean I will, so follow that. I'll be playing lots of Animal Crossing, I can guarantee that.
Alright.
And have a great rest of everything. Goodbye.
Bye.